All right. We're going to start in 1 minute. If you can ask all the volunteers if there's some more students to please start coming in. We still have more seats here in front or also on the chairs. We will start in 1 minute. Thank you. All right, if we can settle down and keep quiet. So we'll be starting now. Before we actually start the whole day, we're going to do a land acknowledgement. I would like to call on our academic equality manager of the college, Ms. Shauna Sheldon.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Canada and welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. As Nicholas mentioned, my name is Shauna Sheldon, and I head up quality assurance at the college, but today I have the pleasure of doing our land acknowledgement. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can all continue to support the process of reconciliation. Thank you, and I'll turn things over to Nicholas, and he's going to tell you what you can expect today and the rest of the week.
Thank you, Shauna. All right. Good morning, everyone. Again, good morning, everyone. Good morning. So welcome to Toronto. Welcome to the Toronto campus, and welcome to Canada. My name is Nicholas Reyes. I'm the project head for special programs. So I do help out with some of the events here, more of the back-end events. Anyway, it's great to see people's faces. As you know, everything is getting back to in-person. So I think the first 2 weeks, you can attend classes virtually, but everything else will be back in person. Even some of your classmates are still traveling. They have to be here on campus, okay? So don't listen to some of your classmates. Oh, yeah, you can still study online until next year. No, Canada wants everyone back here, okay? Anyway, today and the whole week is orientation week. We prepared a lot of very, very important workshops and sessions for you guys. And today, specifically, we have some programs assigned. If your program is not for today, please still attend the orientation. And I will go through some of the slides here. And it will show some of the flexibility that you can do during the day. And just to give you guys a quick information here, there's a prize later at the end of the day. Actually, after lunch or before one of the sessions in the afternoon, you have to scan this on your phone, and you'll be your name will be put in the raffle. And I think it's a trip to Hawaii for the first prize. I'm just kidding. Anyway, don't forget, this will be until in the afternoon. So, what to expect? We're already on Tuesday. We will have many venues or classrooms. So, we'll give you guys time to go around and check out the building. The campus is not only this building, we also have the next building. Um, but where you're in right now is the atrium, okay? So there will be sessions here throughout the day, and there will be also sessions upstairs at the will room. So if you see on my right side here, on the second floor where the lights are turned on, that's the will room, okay? And then the other sessions will be on the first floor, if it's 126, 127, 128. If it starts with number 1, it's on the first floor. If it's on the number 2, it's just basically on the second floor. And for today, we have Canadian culture, immigration support, student services and wellness, housing and accommodations. We have some guests from outside the campus as well speaking to you guys. And very important, you have to meet your co-op advisor. So later in the next slide, I will show you what the programs are. If you're assigned for today, please don't go home without meeting your co-op advisor, okay? And after that, we have some games for you guys. So it'll be almost similar. You will join by using your phone. And we have some prizes here. I'm not sure if it's a trip to... But we have some Lambton gear, some water bottles, some Tim Hortons gift card. And at the end of the day, we also have to meet your program coordinator. So it's different from your co-op advisor. So again, at the end of the day, don't forget to meet your co-op advisor and also your program coordinator. At least for the day, you're done. You don't have to come back in the college. But on Thursday and Friday, we do have some very, very important sessions as well. So we have APA, student portals. And if you're looking for a job, that's a very good session as well, part-time job support. And I still remember when I was an international student, I had 3 jobs. So while studying, so it's good to check that out. As you know, international students, we have a lot of expenses. But it's also nice to network, I also use it as my networking. Anyway, also Guard Me Insurance will be here, so anything about health insurance, especially for those traveling with family members or partners, please check this out. And Student Club, so very important session as well. As you know, a lot of the international students I meet throughout the years have so many very, very nice backgrounds. Some of them have so much experience, work experience from different countries, even like the education they have. And I really recommend volunteering because sometimes when you come to a new country, you're starting from zero again. You don't have connections. So the more you volunteer, the more you maybe go outside the campus. It's very, very important, And sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know can help you get to a very, very good job or maybe lead to something better for you. And then on Thursday and Friday, we have food trucks here outside this building. We have some food for you guys for free and some games. On Friday, we have like an amazing race style of game that will involve 5 members per group. And then we have some clues you have to go around. And there'll be winners at the end, but that's for Friday. So Thursday and Friday, very more, I would say more laid back in terms of the sessions. And we have also on Friday, you're going to meet a Canadian police officer. It's nice to meet a police officer here in Canada. As you know, where I'm from, if a police officer is talking to you, sometimes you get embarrassed because, oh, maybe this guy did something or you're a criminal. But here in Canada, it's a whole different, dynamic. So I would recommend to check it out. Maybe take pictures with the officer, send it to your family. So, at least there's something cool that you guys did as well. But anyway, starting at 11, we have student clubs up here, some sports, student council if you want to get involved. lots of different clubs to be part of. Again, I always recommend not only volunteering on campus, but also off campus. So for today, Tuesday, it's a choose your own adventure style. So if your program is not assigned today, feel free to go here, upstairs, or if you have a program coordinator session or co-op. So today, August 29th, as you can see, we start with 9:15, Canadian Culture and Immigration Support. We will jumpstart the whole day with this session right here at the atrium. And if you want to check out student services and wellness, they will be upstairs. Okay? Now, the more important part is if you are FPWT and BMHT, starting at 9:15, you have to go to room 126 and 127. Okay? FPWT and BMHT, if I'm not mistaken, financial planning, wealth management, and business management, and human resources. There's so many letters. But please go to the sessions. You're going to meet your program advisor. The rest, feel free to go up here if you want to take a break, because these sessions will be repeated throughout the day. So you have time to talk to some of the companies, ask for jobs or volunteering or student clubs. So feel free to go around, okay? And after that, we have a break, and then the next session goes on and on and on, okay? And we have a lunch break at 11:45, so we have some snacks and food for you guys. Upstairs here on my left, second floor, the volunteers will give out some snacks. We also have a Tim Hortons on campus. They're closed for the week because it's orientation week, but they also have Tim Hortons behind this building, just around the block, if you want to have something more heavy. Okay? And then afternoon, after the break, we do have, again, meet your co-op advisor, the blue sessions. And then to finish off the day, we have some Kahoot, meaning some online, some games, very easy to join. And then don't forget to leave without meeting your co-op advisor and your program coordinator, okay? That's very, very important because they won't be presenting tomorrow or the other day. You have to probably like schedule another session with them and meet them in the office, okay? If you're already here, please visit and check out their session. And this is just an example. If I am Mark, FPWT, my first session is I go to room 126, and then I will attend the program advisor, and I go to academic integrity, which is at the atrium, and then I go to housing after the break, and so on. So it's very straightforward, but again, you go by your program, okay, for the specific advisor or program coordinator. And yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. You can mix and match. So before hours, orientation will be like here, and then you'll be sitting here from 9 to 5. So now it's nice to also move around, you know. Especially you guys have been doing virtual the last 2 years, you know. Anyway, so starting at 11, check out some of the clubs. If you play cricket, futsal, football, I was going to say jiu-jitsu, but I love jiu-jitsu. But there's no jiu-jitsu here yet, but there's a lot of sports. Try to be involved, okay? Other than that, it's almost 9:15. I'm gonna stop now. And if you guys have other questions, please feel free to ask our student ambassadors. They're everywhere, and also the companies during the break. If you want to check out some phone, there's even a bed. If you don't have a bed yet, they're selling some beds. But now we're gonna go through starting at this schedule. All right? Thank you so much, and I will see you more during the day.
Hello. We'll start the Canadian culture session in the atrium in about 2 minutes. Okay? Give everyone a chance to go to wherever they're going, but we'll start a session here in about 2 minutes. Okay, can I get everyone's attention, please? Can I ask everyone on the stairs to just come in and try to get a seat closer? In part because it's tough to talk to everyone at the back, but also because we want a great picture. Thank you. I don't know what Okay, so welcome to Canada. How many of you are in Canada for the first time? Pretty much everyone? Some of you, do you have family here already? Did you have family, anyone with family here before you arrived? That's awesome, that's helpful. Oops. I start with this. So my name is Shauna, and I head up quality assurance at the college, so that's sort of your student experience. So the quality team is responsible for making sure that the curriculum is meeting standards, that the faculty are doing good work in the classrooms, that you have access to services and supports that you need, including orientation, getting orientation, kicking your student experience off. So we're involved in a lot of the operations of the college, and I actually really enjoy being part of orientation. I used to be a faculty member with the college. I've been here for almost 12 years, actually. But I took on this role in quality assurance just before the pandemic. So I did most of my work in quality assurance during the pandemic. You'll be seeing my colleagues today too. So Mark, he heads up our academic integrity department, and also Colin, who does this session on Canadian culture but is not Canadian, he's American. So maybe you'll see, if you join that session later today, you'll see a difference. We like to start this session off because, we like to do this Canadian culture session because there's a lot of students who, like you, here for the first time. It's tough to be in another country when you're studying for not the first time. Many of you are in graduate programs, so you've been through college, but you're in a new country, and there are expectations that you may not be aware of, right? So we like to kind of kick this off with a little bit of information about what you can expect in the college, in Canada, from your faculty, from the other people that you're working with at the college, at the administration folks, the student services people. So all of those supports are there for you, but we want you to know what the expectations are as well. So we start with culture. And culture, when you think of the word culture, what words come to mind? Does anyone have any words that they think about when we say the word culture? Traditions, very good. Anything else? How about language? Language. I would be willing to bet that there's probably a dozen languages spoken in this room, or dialects, right? So the one language we do have in common is English, and we'll get to that in a minute, but for the most part, we ask that when you're in the classroom, that you're speaking English, because that's what we all have in common. But we do not want you to feel like you cannot speak your mother tongue or the language that is your first language. And you'll meet people that speak the same language that you do, and that's great that you are continuing to use that language, because in Canada, we recognize differences and we celebrate differences. We are a very diverse nation. And Toronto itself, also very, very diverse. So you're right, culture's language, culture's traditions. I'm going to show you a little bit about Moodle today. You all should be a little bit familiar with Moodle. But you'll notice on Moodle that there's always announcements about things that are happening around the college that are to celebrate other cultures. So just keep an eye on that. Culture is the attitudes, feelings, values, and behavior that characterize and inform society as a whole, or any social group within it. When we think of Canadian culture, a lot of these images come to mind, right? So, you know, if you go to Northern Ontario, you might see one of these, an elk. If you go, in the winter time, we love our winter sports, so skiing and skating. Again, watch for Moodle. We often will plan a trip to Northern Ontario, so Snow Valley or one of the resorts up north, where you can go skiing, learn to ski or tube, or, you know, just take in the outdoors. We love, although it's cold, we do love our outdoor sports. The beaver is apparently our national animal, which is kind of pathetic, actually, but I've never seen a beaver. But you will, there's some green space in around the college. The Rouge Valley's 10 minutes from here. There are beaver dams everywhere. They're just very hidden. You don't really see a lot of beavers, but they are our national sport, our national animal. And also hockey. Everyone should be familiar with hockey, because when the hockey season starts, it's a really big deal here in Canada. But today we're going to break through some of those stereotypes. So that on that window there is actually not a window, it's just ice. And that does happen in Canada. The window's ice over. He's rolled down his window. And does anyone recognize that cup? That's right, Tim Hortons. Are you all familiar with Tim Hortons? It's a bit, oh, there's someone with a Tim Hortons here. And I think Tim Hortons is actually open today, the one over in 265. But Tim Hortons, there's a Tim Hortons here. There's also one right on Shepherd. You have access, there's a Tim Hortons on pretty much every corner. It's crazy in Canada. So I want you to think about a scenario. Imagine that you are walking down the hall and you bump into an instructor. And she drops all of her papers all over the floor. What do you think she's going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to apologize. You're going to apologize. What do you think she's going to do? Do you think she's going to yell at you, give you a hard time? She's actually going to apologize. That's what we do in Canada. So we are unapologetically polite in Canada. There was a recent survey. The results just came out last week. I don't know if any other country does this weird stuff, but we do this survey on the politest city in Canada. And Markham, which is where I live, Markham is apparently the politest city in Canada. I'm not sure if I would agree with that, but we are considered one of the most polite cities in Canada. But you will find everyone in Canada is pretty polite. Lots of saying sorry, lots of saying please. And I catch myself doing it all the time. It's kind of crazy. We take pride in being very polite, being ethnically diverse. I think there's somewhere between 70 and 80 different languages spoken in Toronto alone. I can hear my voice going in and out. Can you hear me at the back? Good? Okay. We're ethnically diverse, and also we are an egalitarian society, meaning we treat everyone equally, right? Everyone, it doesn't matter where you're from, what language you speak, what your socioeconomic background is, none of that matters. We treat everyone equally. And that's important to students because you want to know that the person sitting next to you doesn't have an advantage over you, right? And you're going to learn a little bit, is Mark yet? No. From my colleague today in the academic integrity session on what your rights are as students and what your responsibilities are as students. But the reason we have all of those policies in place is so that you know that it's fair. All the rules apply to everyone equally. We're tolerant and we celebrate cultural differences, and we are renowned for our humility, meaning we're humble people. We don't really brag, except for that I just spent a few minutes bragging about how diverse we are. But for the most part, we don't brag. So what this means for you in your situation in and around the college, when you're communicating with people, there's a few things that you should keep in mind. One, open. Be open. When you're approaching your instructors, don't walk up to them like this. Don't be aggressive. Be open and maintain eye contact with your instructors or anyone that you're speaking to. This is a sign of respect here in Canada. Hands out of your pockets as well. And personal space. It's very strange. I did not really notice this. I used to travel a lot in my job. I was in sales for many years. And I didn't realize how much we need that personal space. So if you find yourself approaching someone and they start backing up, don't be offended. It's just we like a fair amount of space between us. It's strange. But you'll notice that when you start interacting with people in Canada. So when you meet someone for the first time, you're going to give them a firm handshake. We don't like the wobbly handshakes. Firm handshake, direct eye contact, smile, address them, most people, by their first names. You'll find this with your instructors as well. Now, we encourage instructors to do a whole lot of introduction and a lot of expectations in those first few days of your classes. They'll tell you a few things. One is whether you can refer to them by their first names, and for the most part, I think that's the case. Most people go by their first names. You don't have to refer to them as sir or ma'am or Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. It's their first name. When I was teaching, my students all called me Shauna. After the handshake, there should be no more physical contact, and then, again, pay attention to that first personal space, because if they start backing up, it just means you're a space invader. So another scenario for you. You're on foot and you're stopped at a stoplight waiting to cross the street. The light is green for cars crossing in the same direction, but for pedestrians, the hand signal is showing. So this is a picture of what that would look like up here. There's 9 seconds left before the red light. So a lot of our intersections now have these lights that count down for us, which is great. But what do you think you're going to do? Are you going to wait till this guy's showing? Or are you going to walk with the 9 seconds left to go? You're going to wait? You're going to wait or go? Yes, when the walker is there. How many of you would just take your chances and go? You got 9 seconds. You should be waiting for the walking signal for a couple reasons. One, it's safe. You wait for the signal. First off, we're a nation of rule followers. We follow rules to a fault. Also, you want to avoid running during that time because, and I run, so in the mornings. So as I get to those lights, if I see I've got 9 seconds, I'm like, I could do it. But this car over here is also thinking the same thing, right? So they might be trying to turn, and if they're turning, they're not paying attention to the runner or the walker. So if there's 9 seconds, if there's 20 seconds, yeah, sure, you got some time. But for the most part, you're going to wait until that walk signal is back. Another scenario, you are at the grocery store parking lot emptying your groceries into the car. When you are finished with the buggy, what do? Do you walk the buggy return to the front of the store where you got it? Or do you just leave it in the parking lot? Who would walk it to the front of the store? Who would leave it in the parking lot? Most of you would walk it to the front of the store. There's no law that says that you have to, but it is 100% the right thing to do, right? And again, we're very polite around here. We like to follow rules. This is the right thing to do. It's not a law. It's just what we do. So what does this mean in your classes? Well, first off, be punctual, right? We follow rules. If the class starts at 9, be there at 9. There is something else that you're going to learn about later. So if you arrive to a test late and someone from the class has already left the room, you won't be able to write the test. So particularly on test days, make sure that you've set your alarm and that you're accounting for any delays that you might have on the way to the college. So make sure that you're punctual. But I mentioned before that your instructor will lay out some of the ground rules in the classroom in the first few weeks. Make sure that you find out from them what the rules are around late arrivals. We have some instructors who will not let you in if you're 5 minutes late. You have to wait for the break. And that's not only inconvenient for you because you're now sitting outside, but also you're missing important information, right? So make sure that you find out what those rules are. Most of them, if you're a few minutes late, they'll let you just come in as long as you're not disruptive. But find that out at the beginning. So follow the rules of the authorities, your instructors, the rules of the college and of your colleagues, all of your fellow students. A lot of instructors do like an expectations exercise at the very beginning of the class so that you all kind of get a sense of what each other's social norms are and what the rules are of the class. Don't litter. Try to keep the campus clean. From a communication standpoint, as I mentioned, speak English when you are in the classroom. Of course, we encourage you to continue with the culture that you grew up in. We are, like I said, we celebrate the differences here in Canada. But I waited tables when I was a student, trying to put myself through school. And my boss and his wife both spoke a different language that I didn't understand a word of it. And I would hear them speaking to each other, and then I'd hear, Shauna. So imagine how I felt. Are they saying nice things about me? Are they saying not so nice things about me? And if you're in the classroom and you're speaking with a colleague in a different language, people around you are uncomfortable, right? Because they just don't know what you're talking about. It's just a sign of disrespect. Handle disagreements with tact and diplomacy. You may disagree with your instructor on something. I always recommend that if you disagree with your instructor, you send them an email, let them know that you'd like to talk to them during the break in your next class. That's better than sitting in class and saying, sir, why did you give me 40% on my test? I deserved more. You don't want to have those. First off, you don't want to share your grades. That's private information. But also, you're putting the instructor on the defense, right? So send them an email. They're reasonable people. Send them an email in advance and just say, I'd like to talk to you at the break or after class, and they will make time for you. Avoid interrupting someone or speaking over them. Become really, really, really good listeners. And just keep in mind that nonverbal expressions are a big part of the communication, right? The words represent a very small percentage of what communication is taking place. It's all this, me waving my arms, and you know, if you have sort of that open stance when you're talking to people, they're going to be more receptive to whatever it is that you're sharing with them. And you can never say please or thank you enough. Be a skilled listener, I mentioned. If your instructor says no, so let's say you do reach out to your instructor and you say, I'd like to talk to you at the break, and the instructor says sure, and then you meet with the instructor and you say, I feel like I did better on this than than my mark is reflecting. I'd like you to take another look at it. The instructor says, no, I marked it. It's what you're getting, the mark that I put on your page. And then you are not happy with that. We have a process for appealing your grades. Don't feel like you need to solve the situation in that moment. You can reach out to Student Services for information about the grade appeal process, and you'll hear a little bit about it today in the academic integrity session. So you have rights as students. So no means no in the classroom, in the moment. Just do not keep pushing and pushing. But also know, K-N-O-W, know that you have lots of options afterwards if you want to appeal that grade. Those are your rights as students. And pay attention to the tone and pace of your own speech. Are you speaking clearly? Are you speaking too quickly? You want to do everything you can to make sure the people around you are understanding what you're saying. So I want to spend a little bit of time on culture shock. Do we have, no, she's not here yet. The culture shock is just, it's something that almost everyone deals with. Lots of people deal with culture shock. I have a 21, almost 22-year-old going to university right now, but she's in Windsor. She's 4 hours away. I know that it would be a long drive, but I could get to her if I needed to see her. You're all away from family, right? And I totally get that that can be really tough. Also, a lot of you are away from family that are in a very different time zone, so you're going to be tired, because you're going to be doing those phone calls in the middle of the night, right? So just keep in mind, it's very normal if you're going through culture shock. You're getting used to a new culture. There's tons of supports available to you. There are 3 stages to culture shock, and right now you're kind of in that first stage, right? You got nothing due next week. Nothing. This is very exciting. You're in school, you're meeting new people, this is fun stuff, but you don't have to get up for work tomorrow, and you don't have to get an assignment done tomorrow. And for the first little bit, it's going to feel like a lot of fun. You're on vacation almost. But then it starts to get tough because you've got assignments due, and you're going to have to stay on top of all of that stuff. Some of you are looking for part-time jobs. I would recommend you come back on Thursday. We're doing a new session with this orientation on part-time jobs, so it would be great for you to come and learn about that. So we're going to go through, those are the 3 stages, but we'll go through each in detail. So the honeymoon stage is the 1st to 2nd month. You're feeling excitement, anticipation, a little bit sad about leaving your family, but you're keeping in touch with them, right? And then you may be fatigued, especially those who are making phone calls to family at 3 o'clock in the morning. So you're going to be tired, withdrawn. You might even be nervous, stomach nervousness. It's all very natural. The 2nd to 6th month, which is, by the way, for you guys, it's when it starts to get a little bit cold and snowy here. So you're going to be frustrated, anxiety may set in, maybe a little bit of homesickness. That's all natural. You're going to be cold. Physically, you may feel sleepy. You may exhibit antisocial behavior or experience colds or headaches. This may happen, also coinciding with the fact that the weather's going to get a little bit colder. And then you may want to go home. You may want to go home. And if you are in that situation, you can reach out to Student Services, talk to someone about it. Maybe that can be accommodated. Just know that you have a support system around you. And then the 3rd stage is acceptance. So this will happen around the 7th to 18th month. So sometime it could start as early as partway through your next semester. Emotionally, you may experience cultural awareness and cultural forgiveness. You may be ready for intercultural relationships. Just keep in mind that this is all a natural cycle. Some of you will go through it in you'll all go through it in varying degrees, right? Just know that there are supports available to you. Very normal experience. Be aware of where you are in the process. If you're feeling down one day, just remember this session. You know that this is very normal. Also, reach out to friends and family and faculty for help, but you can always go to student services. You're going to sit in on a session today on student services. We also have a wellness coordinator that's going to be joining in September, which is great news, and a wellness center, so you can always check in with the wellness coordinator if you're feeling overwhelmed, right? And we can also put you in touch with supports outside the college. Lots and lots of support for you at the college. Okay, any questions about culture or Canadian culture or what you can expect from us? You'll probably have lots of questions throughout the day. By the way, we are doing a Kahoot today, and the Kahoot is based on the sessions, so make sure you're paying attention. I'm going to give you a very quick, how much time do I have? Oh, I don't know if she's here yet, immigration. Okay, I'll go until she gets here. Have you seen her? Oh, she's here. Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm almost done. Okay, so Moodle. How many of you have looked at Moodle? Quite a few of you. If you have not looked at Moodle yet, it's a blue button on the Lambton College in Toronto registration and orientation page where you found out about today. So Moodle, oh, what's going on? Hello? All good? Okay. Moodle is the portal that you'll be using to get access to all kinds of information, but it's also the portal to get access to all of your courses, right? So when you, there's all kinds of things that you'll get from Moodle. You'll get useful resources, and I'm going to show you how to find those resources. You're going to learn a lot today, and you're not going to remember a lot of it, right? So it's good that you can go to Moodle and get all of this information. You'll find out how to contact key personnel. You'll learn about upcoming events. So I mentioned that section in the middle will tell you all about what's happening at the college and how we celebrate other cultures. You can gain access to all of your courses. This is the link, but the easiest way to get to it is through the Lambton College in Toronto registration and orientation page. You'll log in using your My Lambton credentials. This is what it looks like. It's a bit of an older picture, but there's some cool stuff on here. Your courses will be down here. And then this is where all the announcements are. And then pay attention to this over here, because I'm going to show you some details. So there's some menu items at the top. So all the stuff the sessions that you're attending today, they all have sections on Moodle. So you can go back in, get slide decks, watch videos, get information about contacts that you need to have at your fingertips. So go back to Moodle and take a look at all of this. And then down the side here, upcoming events. And if you remember there was something here, keep in mind this is just a long scroll. So maybe you saw an announcement for a club that you wanted to join. You can just search for it up here, and you can see that old post. The job board, which you're going to learn about on Thursday, it's over here, and you will have seen quite a few ambassadors in and around the college wearing these shirts. So they all got their jobs through the job board, right? I also run professional development, excuse me. I run a professional development session in the month, that break week, October 23rd, and I hire people for that. So check the job board. It's a great way for you to get some Canadian experience. Nicholas mentioned volunteer experience. There's a lot of information on the job board about volunteer work too. It's unpaid, but it looks fantastic on your resume. So if you can get some volunteer experience here in Canada, it's really good for you. There's a calendar down the right here. If you click the calendar, your assignments should be in there. and any upcoming events. You can sort according to categories. So if you just want to see your assignments, then that's great. But if you want to see the events that are coming up, then you can sort with that. There is an app if you want to take a screenshot of this or a picture of this. If you download the app, then you'll be reminded on your phone of any assignments that are due, because your instructors will put the due dates right into Moodle. So this is good for you to have, to keep you organized. If you go on to, if you click at the top here, you'll get access to, a number of other subfolders on each of the pages. This is the policy and procedures page. It's my page, so that's why I put it in here. But we'll skip that. And then lastly, on each of your course pages, has anyone looked at any of their course pages yet? So your course pages are down that left column. These are the courses that you're enrolled in. On those course pages, they should be populated for you already. The course outline's there. So you can see what this course is about and the learning outcomes of that course. But also there's a list of all the evaluations in the course, and it's good for you to have that information in advance. There's also something on that page called an evaluation timetable. You will have an evaluation timetable on every course, and if you don't, within the first 2 weeks, you make sure you tell your instructor that you were told at orientation that it would be there. The faculty are told that they have to have the dates and the important assignments, all of the assignments in the course. They have to post them in the first or second week. So if they're not there, you can make sure that you remind them that I told you at orientation that those due dates would be up there. And then that's it, I think. Any questions for me before I turn things over to Zoe? She's going to walk you through some of the ins and outs of what you have to consider from an immigration standpoint. Any questions? Okay, cool.
Good morning. Hello everyone, my name is Zoe. I am a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. And in this part of the session, this is for immigration in Canada, tailored especially for our new Canadian international student. So in the next few minutes, we are going to talk about some immigration aspects of Canada. So hopefully at the end of this presentation, you will have a clear view as an international student what to do in Canada, how to maintain your legal status, and what to avoid doing. The first thing I want to talk about is immigration compliance. Then what is immigration compliance? It means you should comply with all the immigration regulations and policies, and you are the one to be responsible for your own legal status in Canada. As an international student, you have several responsibilities to keep in mind during your time here so that your status as an international student is not jeopardized. So you are in charge of your status, but it can be challenging to understand a new country's immigration laws, immigration regulations. So you can refer to the official website. And here is the IRCC website, which stands for Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. The website provides comprehensive information on immigration, on study permits, on work permits, or on permanent residence or citizenship if you are looking for opportunities for those kind of programs. And it is the most reliable source of information because for immigration, you may hear stories from families, friends, relatives, former students. You will hear all kinds of information. But the thing about immigration is the policy can change. So it is always a good idea to go to the official website for most up-to-date and accurate information. But but it can be challenging to understand the policy. Sometimes it's a completely new field, so it would be difficult to interpret those kind of information. So we're here to help. The college provides free advising, guidance on immigration-related issues. We have regulated immigration consultants, and we also have regulated student international immigration advisor. So if you need anything, if you have any kinds of question, just remember there's no stupid question. You can always send us an email at the following email address. And also, Shauna just introduced the Moodle to you. You can find immigration-related information on that. And you can also find a link to book an virtual meeting with one of our advisor. And we posted our schedule online. If you have any questions, you can just join the meeting during immigration hours. And if you want to meet us in person, you can totally visit us during our office hour. As an international student, there are several important documents for you. There are passports, your study permit, and your visa. The passport is your travel document and your identity document. The study permit is your status document, and the TRV or ETA is your entry document. For the passport, if your passport is going to expire while you are in Canada, most of your immigration documents will expire at the same time. So if your passport is going to expire before you complete your study, you may want to renew your passport as soon as possible. The renewal of that passport will take up to 2 or 3 months, depending on the country of issue. So plan ahead, check your passport, know the expiry date, renew if it's necessary. And then study permit. The study permit authorizes you to remain in Canada as an international student. So you all need a valid study permit to study at this college. If your study permit expires and you fail to extend it before it expires, you need to stop studying and you need to stop working and you cannot do anything in Canada. You may even, worst case scenario, need to leave the country. And the TRV or ETA, it is used for entry into Canada. It is recommended that you maintain a valid visa while you're in Canada, but unlike study permit, if you stay in the country, if you don't leave the country, if your visa or your ETA expires, it is okay. You can still stay in Canada with a legal status, just you cannot leave the country and come back. Okay? For those important documents, check your study permit, check your work permit, and your visa. If you have them with you, take a look. If you don't have them with you, definitely check it back home. Make sure that information on those documents are correct. The information on your study permit, work permit, and visa should be exactly the same with the information on your passport. So sometimes IRCC makes mistakes, so check carefully for the names, the gender, the country of origins, and the conditions on it. If there's any mistake, you will need to ask IRCC to change that. You can make an amendment, and that amendment will take about 1 month, several weeks to do that. And if your documents are lost or stolen, or simply you put it into the laundry and it's totally ruined, you need to ask IRCC to give you a replacement. And it will cost you $30, but it is also important that you keep an electronic version of your documents. Just take a photo of it, copy it, or just scan the document. Another thing is, if your personal information changes while you are in Canada, for example, you get married, so you change your name, you will need to renew your passport and then apply for new immigration documents. Okay, study permit, the most important one. So it is, again, a status document. It allows you to legally study in Canada. And on your study permit, here's an example. You will see conditions on it. For example, there will be the working condition on your study permit. It will be like may accept employment or may work up to 20 hours. If you do not have that work condition on your study permit, you may not be able to work while you study in Canada. So check your study permit again. If you don't have it and you are eligible, you can ask IRCC to add those conditions on your study permit. You will need to request an amendment before you apply for a SIN number or before you accept any kind of employment, and it is free to do so. Also, your study permit outlines the condition of your stay in Canada as a student. It is very important to know that as an international student, you must actively pursue study in Canada. IRCC requires you to be enrolled in your college and make reasonable progress towards the completion of your program. If you are thinking of maybe dropping a class or withdrawing from the college, pay attention to the potential immigration impacts. You may lose your legal status, you cannot study, you cannot work. Even if you have a valid study permit and you stop studying, your study permit will become invalid automatically. And for example, if you need to take a break in your study, it happens maybe because of a medical reason, a family emergency, you have to take that gap. You can do so, but before you make that decision, please see the advisor, one of our advisors, and talk to the school and to know the consequences of your decision. Check the expiry date. The study permit becomes invalid in one of the two ways. One is the date printed on the study permit, and one is 90 days you complete your study. And the day you complete your study is not your last day of class. It is about 45 days after you finish your last class. So for example, if your program's last class is going to be in April 2026, if your study permit is going to expire in April, you may want to extend that study permit because you want enough time to complete your study and apply for another kind of status after graduation. If you need to extend your study permit, you can apply online, but you will need to check your study permit. You will need to check your passport first and to make sure you have a long enough passport because your immigration status will not be issued longer than your passport. And your entry document, visa or ETA. If you are a citizen from a visa required country, you need a TRV to enter the country. If you are from a visa exempt country, you need an ETA. You must have a valid visa or ETA when you enter Canada. So if you are planning to visit your family members during the holidays, if you are planning for international travel, make sure you have a valid TRV or ETA at the time of returning. If you don't have it, you cannot re-enter Canada. And one thing about TRV is you can use it until the expiry date, and you can use it as long as it's valid, no matter what it says in the type. So some of you may have the V1 type, some of you may have the S1 or SW1. It is all okay. As long as it's valid, you can use it. And then, work in Canada. Work experience can help you prepare for your career, maybe earn extra money, maybe just to build a closer connection with the local community. It is valuable experience to work in Canada, but you need to verify your authorization before you accept any kinds of employment. While you study here as an international student, you are allowed to work on or off campus if you meet certain requirements. And for on-campus work, meaning your employer is the college. And off-campus work is you find another kind of job outside the college. And for those two kinds of jobs, you do not need a document. So your eligibility to work on or off campus is proved by your study permit. So again, check your study permit. If there is no work condition on it, you need to have it added. And co-op work permit is for your co-op term. If you have a co-op placement in your program, you need a co-op work permit. And to work after graduation, you will need a post-graduation work permit. So how many hours can you work as an international student? Normally, during the regular semester, you can work only 20 hours per week. There are some exceptions. If your study permit application was made before October 2022, you may able to work up to 40 hours. You can work full time, but normally you can only work 20 hours per week. And during the holidays, you can work full time. The holidays can be winter holiday, spring holiday, semester break, reading weeks. You can work full time off campus in those kind of breaks. But in authorized breaks, for example, because of a family emergency, you ask the school to give you additional break. During that authorized break, you cannot work on or off campus. And as an international student, if you work for the college, if you work on campus, you can work full-time all the time. And co-op work permit, how many of you already have this? How many? Oh, good. Oh, good. A lot of you already have it. For those who don't have the co-op work permit, but your program contain a co-op placement, you may need to apply a co-op work permit as soon as possible. The processing can take up to 5 months, but you can make the application online, and it is free of charge. You do not have to pay for it. You must have a valid co-op work permit before you begin your co-op term. So apply as soon as possible. And post-graduation work permit, it is something you apply after graduation. So it will give you valuable opportunity to get Canadian work experience. If any of you here is looking for opportunities for permanent residency, you may need Canadian work experience to apply for most of the PR program. And after graduation, if you are eligible, you can apply for a PGWP to start gaining your work experience. But not everyone is eligible. So to be eligible, you must maintain a full-time student status except your last term. So in term 1, 2, or 3, you must be a full-time student. In term 4, you can be a part-time student if you have a reasonable cost of that. So if you follow the program map, if you complete the program as it's supposed to be, you will be eligible. But you will need to study hard and actively pursue your study, maintain your GPA to be successfully graduated from this college. Okay, as an international student, maybe you are thinking, can I invite my family member to join me here? The answer is, as a full-time student at Lambton College, you can invite your spouse or common law partner to work in Canada. They can apply for a spousal open work permit that allows them to work for any kinds of employer here in Canada. And for other family members, for example, your parents, siblings, your children, for example, you can invite them to visit you in Canada. Their visa application will still be assessed on their merit, but you can help them by writing a letter of invitation by yourself and help their application. Okay? Yeah, we still have some time. Just to wrap it up quickly, as an international student, please always remember to comply with immigration regulations and the conditions. So if, for example, you let your self-status expire, there will be consequences. The thing is, although we always have a remedy for everything, but it will waste you a lot of time and money and energy, and it will interrupt your study. So plan ahead and have your documents in order. Know the expiry date of all important immigration documents. You should mark your calendar if it's necessary, and everyone should just remember when your status is going to expire. Okay, do we have any question for immigration? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we now have a break from 10:15 until 10:30. We'll put the schedule up in a second so that you can choose your session. There are no program, purple or blue, there are no purple or blue in the next segment. So you're going to go to academic integrity with Mark, my colleague I was telling you about, or housing and accommodation up in the Will Room if you wanted to take a walk. And those sessions will start at 10:30. Okay? Make sure you also get the QR code because we want you to have a chance to win a prize, a trip to Hawaii apparently, but it's not really.
All right, just some quick announcements. We'll be starting at 10:30 for the next session. And feel free to check out some of the companies around. We have Freedom Mobile, iSchool Wallet, close to the front desk, Uptown Wireless, Bell should be here as well, Plus Communications, RBC, Guard Me, and the student clubs will be setting up later. And again, please don't forget, we have the games and prizes in the afternoon. And we will start in 7 minutes for the next workshop, followed by student success and the director's welcome at 11:30, just before the lunch or snack break. Thank you so much. Right, we'll be starting at 10:30, so another 5 minutes if I'm not mistaken. 5 minutes for the next sessions. We have academic integrity and student success here at the atrium. Please grab your seats, and then if this is full, please feel free to go to the will room. We have the North York Community House, housing and accommodation and keeping students safe. Okay, so there are 2 rooms, and then followed by the director's welcome before the lunch break. And if you have other questions, we have also Freedom Mobile. I think they have a QR code on the right side. If you have want some freebies and snacks, you have to scan the QR code on the right side here. We have iSchool Wallet, Uptown Wireless, Bell should be here as well, Plus Communications. RBC, they have some student deals, so if you're still looking for a bank, please check them out. ICICI Bank and Guard Me and Student Club should be set up soon. We will start in 4 minutes for the next workshops. Volunteers, please guide our students. There's still seats here and on the steps and also at the will room. Thank you so much, guys.
Testing. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Here's my voice. Okay, it works. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from all the roaming you've been doing. I'll just let everyone come. There's like a whole bunch of people coming in. We're not starting right away, but I'm just chatting for now. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Hi. Hey. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. I think we're starting our next sessions. So it's actually 10:32. So 10:32 is academic integrity here and student success here. At the Will Room, it is, I think, which one is happening? There's another thing that's happening. I think which one? Housing and accommodation, and keeping students safe. Aha, okay, I remember it. Okay, thank you. You told me. I didn't know. All right. Okay, so I guess we can get started. If everyone can have a seat wherever you are sitting, and if you don't have a seat, you should totally grab a seat. All right. Okay. So first of all, hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming in to this second session of the day. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I am the Academic Integrity Officer of this college. Thank you so much for being here. And if you're wondering what this session is about academic integrity, okay? Everyone's favorite topic, I think. Everyone loves academic integrity. Who loves academic integrity? Raise your hand. Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you. Okay, there's one person there. Okay, yeah, so we're going to be talking a bit about a lot of stuff that you're going to come across in your academics, which may not be, totally fun in many cases. As in my position as academic integrity officer, I give a speech every time I meet a student, okay? I think a lot of people, are not sure I'm the guy that catches cheating is the common way that people see me. And so what I do is I am the person in charge of reviewing student submissions, making sure that your work is actually your work. It's not someone else's work. It didn't come from somewhere else. And then if your teacher's not sure, you've handed something in like a test or an exam or some kind of assignment, and it may or may not be original or genuine, they can't grade it without checking with me. They send it over to me, then I talk with you, I talk to the teacher, I look at the assignment, and then I make a decision. Is it okay to grade, or for whatever reason, is it not okay to grade? That's really what I do. I'm not out here looking for, I don't think you're all criminals and I'm gonna catch you all for cheating or something weird like that, okay? So there are a few of us here. I'm the academic integrity officer. You met Shauna this morning, the blue collar one. That's my boss. There's also Colin, who you'll see later in the day. He is a quality assurance coordinator as well, so we all kind of work together. What's gonna happen in this session, we're gonna do a whole bunch of things. I have lots of things on this PowerPoint here for you, but the important thing to remember is we're talking about the tools to make sure that you don't have to, have a meeting with me. And in the nicest possible way, I hope I never meet you. But I probably will meet some of you for various reasons. With academic integrity situations, in many cases, I do have to meet with students in their first semester. It happens all the time. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It means that something happened where I have to make a judgment. That's all. So many people are afraid of me when I'm in the elevator. Actually, you know what? Well, I was in the elevator a couple of days ago before the semester ended, and then there were some guys coming in. They were chatting, ha ha ha, and then I don't know. One was like, shh, and then they just kind of stopped until they got off, because I think I had known them. I probably had a meeting with them, and that's what happened. So I don't mean to frighten anyone here. You're probably maybe one day going to see me, but usually the first time is enough. One time meeting with me is, plenty, and you might have to have that chat. I hopefully will not be too scary, but it might happen. And if it happens, more than that, 2 or 3 times, when I get to know you so well that you have to be quiet in the elevator when you see me because you're panicking, maybe not so great, okay? So don't be too scared of me. I hope that it's all okay. I'm going to give you, though, like I said, tools to avoid such a meeting, tools to make sure that your stuff that you hand in is your stuff, that it is safe from any kind of questions of academic dishonesty, okay? So some of the tools we're going to talk about, if you know about APA, we're going to mention that today. We're going to talk a little bit about what to do for tests and assignments. We're going to talk a little bit about, everyone's favorite tool, the ChatGPT, which everyone might know about. Anyone know what that thing? It's called ChatGPT. Anyone know what that is? No? Those of you that didn't raise your hand, you're all liars probably. But yeah, okay, we're gonna chat about that. And then we're gonna do a few other things with Moodle, showing you some stuff you're gonna come across in your semester, okay? So first of all, I think I told you what my job is, but my job basically revolves around, four important words, and these are very important words to me. I love these words: honesty, fairness, accountability, and trust. If you do all these things, then you're handing in good work. If one of these is missing from your work, then you're probably going to see me, okay? That's one thing to keep in mind. But another thing to keep in mind is that we follow rules here. I think Shauna mentioned that we're all rule followers. We love to follow rules. Okay. Well, that's true. And if I'm asking that you follow rules, well, then I'm probably going to have to follow rules myself. And all of your teachers are going to have to follow rules themselves as well. So everyone here is going to follow those rules. And there's faculty involved, there's the staff, there's you. Everyone matters in this process. I'm not going to, I don't just, walk down the hallway, pick up a kid, are you cheating, and then shake them up and then send them on their way. That's not what happens. So I do follow procedure. There are some things that you should expect from me in the same way that I should expect some stuff from you. I'm hoping to get original work from you. Your teachers are expecting to get content that is real and something that you made. And if it's not, you're following the process. There are different processes to show where your stuff is coming from. Transparency is a really big thing here. But for you, you should expect things like making sure that you have notice. When is your stuff going to be due? We're not going to surprise you with quizzes and tests and assignments. You should know from day 1 or day 2 when your things are going to occur, when special events are going to happen. It should not be a surprise to you. So that's what you can expect from us, and I do hope that you get that from all your college courses, okay? So I would love to take questions, by the way. And normally, if we're in a smaller room, I might be able to take more questions, but if anything comes to mind, be sure to raise your hand, and I'll try my best to answer your question, okay? Okay, so let's chat about tests, okay? If you're taking a test, everyone's favorite thing. Tests are all going to be, you have some tests. I think the first 2 weeks are going to be online for you all. So you might have some kind of activity that's happening online. You might even have full courses online, but you have to take tests on a computer. Even when you're on campus, it's going to be a computer test. So when you're taking those tests, what are the rules that you should be following for those tests? One important thing is that you want to follow the instructions of the test. Every teacher has different lists of instructions, guidelines to follow, but some examples of things you should do on an examination. If you're on a campus, for example, you're here in the school taking the test, one of the basics is to be in the room when you're taking the test. You're taking a test on a computer, it has to be in an examination room. If you decide to take the test outside the examination room, we can tell when that happens, and then you're going to meet with me. We're going to have a conversation, and I might have to say, I can't help you out. It's got to be a 0. Okay? So be careful with that. Another thing that you might hear is you're connecting to the school Wi-Fi for tests. You're not connecting to a VPN. You're not connecting to your phone's mobile hotspot. You're connecting to the school Wi-Fi. Okay? So those are some examples of rules. Follow those instructions, and you're good to go. Just read through them, make sure you know what they are. Closed book tests versus open book tests. If you're not sure what those are, a closed book test is when your books are, closed, I think. And then an open book test is when your books are open and you're free to use your open book tests. However, by default, it's going to be a closed book test. Your test is going to be closed book unless your teacher says it's open book. That's how you know the difference. So don't expect, what I thought this was an open book test, so I had all my notes in front of me while I took the test. That will not be okay, right? So please be careful with that. You want to make sure as well, knowledge versus application. So don't just memorize a thing. Depending on other schools you've visited and attended and graduated from, in many cases, you might have to memorize content. That content will then be in your brain, and then you're not bringing it with you, but you're bringing your brain, of course, to the test, and then you kind of copy-paste from memory what you wrote, what you read in the paragraphs that you studied with. If that content is copy-pasted, it's exactly the same as where you researched it and read it from. It's, is it yours or is it someone else's? Can I tell the difference? I can't. I don't know how much you know and how much you just remembered. So how do you know what you know? You actually write it in your own words. You can remember that stuff, but don't copy it word for word. Always be able to express it with your own choice of words. That's going to be very, very important for this, to avoid me, so that we never have a meeting, okay? Read your questions very, very carefully. Sometimes questions are unclear. Sometimes you're not sure. Ask your teacher if you aren't. And then if you leave an exam room, okay, you're all adults here. You're free to use a bathroom during a test. You know when you need to use the bathroom and when you can kind of hold it. You are free to go whenever you want. However, just remember that that is the end of your examination. You cannot actually come back in and say, okay, ready for round 2. Here we go. Where's the next question? You can't do that, okay? So once you leave the room, the test is done, okay? How about assignments? So if you have assignments, homework stuff that you've handed in, you worked on it at home and then you bring it in for testing, for review, sorry. Same thing, follow the instructions. There are guidelines for these tests and examinations, so assignments are the same. There are rules. Is it APA? Is it 500 words? Is it double-spaced? Is it researched or not researched? Is it your opinion or is it, I don't know. No, it's got to be your opinion. Is it anything else, you know? So make sure you read those instructions. Original work is so important. Original work doesn't mean always that you have written every single word, because you have to research. We expect research in many cases. It's a question of, are you telling us where that research came from when you didn't actually write that piece? That's how you know if it's original. That's how your teacher knows if it's original. So if you're transparent with where the content came from, then you have really nothing to worry about in terms of originality, okay? And so be very, very, very careful with original work. We're going to talk about mostly original work for the rest of the 30 minutes that I have you. And we're going to talk about plagiarism and all that stuff. Don't copy-paste. Don't share work with your friends. And the individual versus group work. These kind of go hand in hand. So if you have group work where you're handing something in as a group, that's one thing. If you are working in a group, like a study buddy group, where you're just kind of like doing individual assignments but working together to talk about it, that's fine. And I encourage that. That's definitely a good way to learn. However, as soon as you show somebody your work, that's where the problem happens. If you give them that file, they see that file, and then they hand in that file, you don't know what can happen. And, well, actually, yeah, you do know what happens. It's sent to me, and then I can't give you a grade on it, right? So be very careful with your submissions and how you work as a group. Don't copy-paste from the internet, and if you use sources, cite them using APA. Anyone know what APA is? Raise your hand if you know APA. We have one person, two. Those of you that didn't raise your hand, okay, that's fine. You know, there's a big session on APA actually next, where is I think it's Thursday? I think Thursday is our APA session. So also as well, you're probably going to have a comm class. Comm 1013, Comm 1113, Comm 3013. Those are places where you're going to learn APA. So if you don't know what it is yet, don't worry about it. You're going to get that information in your education here, okay? So don't sweat it. But I think we're going to move on to everyone's favorite topic, which is plagiarism. Any fans of plagiarism? Who likes plagiarism? Nobody? No? Okay. Well, good. That's the right answer. Okay, so plagiarism. If you're submitting work that is someone else's, and well, how about this? Think of it like this. A lot of people think of plagiarism as copy-pasting. You take something from the internet and you put it into your report, and that is plagiarism. That's true, but think in broader terms. You don't tell someone where your content came from. That is what plagiarism is. And if you don't make the work when you're given the time to make the work, that's what plagiarism is. So, fun fact, you can actually plagiarize yourself. You can actually create an essay for course A, and then course B has a similar activity, so you just take your own essay from course A and then submit it to course B. That is plagiarizing yourself, because you didn't make it for course B, you made it for course A. So that's something that sometimes gets sent over to me as well. You can plagiarize yourself. So when you're given time to make an assignment, make the assignment for that class. Each class is a different assignment, okay? So plagiarism is very important, and how do you avoid this? Original work is important, but how do you make sure that your content is original? That's another question. So it should be, if it's research should show up in your work, that's fine, but it should be paraphrased content. Now, paraphrase is a kind of a tricky thing, and if you think you know what paraphrasing is, maybe you do or maybe you don't, I'm going to give you a definition for paraphrasing and tell me if it's the same as yours in your mind. It's when you're taking someone's paragraph and you put it up into yours, and then you take out some words, and then you put in some different words, and you've got yourself a brand new essay, right? Right? Yeah. No, that is incorrect. You can't do that, right? Paraphrasing is when you read something, and then you put it away, and then you try to write about it. That's what paraphrasing is, because you're not looking at the original content, you're making your own content from that stuff. And it's going to be nearly impossible for you to steal or take anything by accident. But if you have a document and you have something that you're writing next to it, you're probably guaranteed to take stuff, even if you don't mean to. So put the original document away, write a new document, and that's how you start. That's a clean slate. That's a beginning from scratch. Don't take someone else's sentence and just replace some words. Doesn't count. And then, you gotta say me, and you're like, we gotta have a different conversation, okay? So don't copy paste them, use sources, and also work early. The earlier you work and the earlier you submit, the more opportunities you're gonna have to check your content for plagiarism. And I'm gonna talk about that in a sec, because this is the most important thing I wanna show you, the tools that we have for Turnitin. Anyone know what Turnitin is, by the way? It says Turnitin up here. You're familiar? If you're not familiar with it, again, no problem, I'm gonna show you an example. But a few things just to advertise very quickly. So if you don't know APA, be sure to check out these 3 things. We have a recording of me talking, and so if you enjoy my voice, my nasally little voice here, you can watch me in a recording talking about APA. Or if you would rather something else, we have an APA session happening on Thursday. Our comm coordinator, Ian Fox, is going to be presenting, and he's awesome. So I highly recommend you drop in for that and just see him talk about APA. In addition to that, the tutoring center, who you're going to see after me, who is... Imagine there are 3 people right here. I was expecting to point to them, but they're not here. But they're going to talk about a little bit about stuff that they can support you with. Oh, there they are. Hey, guys. Hey, all right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so tools. I want to give you some tools. We have 3 important tools we're going to chat about here. We have Grammarly. We have Turnitin. And we have this thing called ChatGPT. And if you don't know what that is yet, don't worry, I'll explain to you what ChatGPT is. I'll teach you what that is. Grammarly. You all have Grammarly now because you're part of our school. You have Grammarly Premium, and it can do 3 very good things. Not good. It can do 3 things. 1, check for grammar, of course. Your commas, your sentence structure is okay. It can also check for plagiarism. So if your work is plagiarized, it will give you a checker for that. It will also check to see if it can replace almost like full sentences with its own versions of better sentences. You write a passive voice sentence, it gives you an active voice maybe, right? Just as an example. So from these 3 things, you can use Grammarly for the first thing, grammar checking. Okay? Don't use it to check for plagiarism, and don't use it to, what did I say? Replace whole sentences. Okay? That's not the best usage of it. Because I'll talk a bit about the plagiarism checking first. The plagiarism checking is unreliable. That's why you shouldn't use it. Turnitin is our plagiarism checker. That's the only official one that we look at. So if you're using Grammarly to check, here's what's happening. Grammarly is going to probably check Google. It's going to check a few other documents and then tell you what the percentage is, 0% plagiarized, okay? Turnitin is going to check Google. It's going to check academic papers. It's going to check every submission that we've received and other colleges and universities have received and submitted, and it's going to check all that stuff for similar, and it's going to give you a different number. Okay, so it's a bigger database that Turnitin uses. Grammarly doesn't have that database, so the number is unreliable, and I say don't use it for that. And if you use it to replace full sentences, then really, who wrote the stuff? Okay, so that's all you use Grammarly for, just for checking grammar. So you understand. The next one up there is Turnitin. So Turnitin is the official plagiarism checker, and I don't like even calling it a plagiarism checker. It's a similarity checker. It tells you if your stuff looks similar to someone else's stuff. Okay? That's all it does. And then your teacher makes the judgment. Should I send this to Mark because it's a problem, or is it not a problem and I let the whole thing go? That's how it works. So you could have a document that is 25% similar. Your teacher says it's a problem, and will send it to me, and I have to make a judgment on what to do. You could have a document that's 100% similar, and your teacher says, oh, that's fine, that's an accident, that's not a problem. I'm not going to send that to Mark, it's okay. So the number doesn't really make the decision, your teacher makes the decision. Or actually, and then if he or she can't, then I will. So don't be too worried about what's the minimum, how low can I bring it before I'm okay. I think a lot of instructors want it below 20%. But again, you can be reported for anything so that I can help make the decision. That's why you would be reported. So you understand that part, okay? Don't be too scared about that. But yeah, so let's talk about an example. This is a comm class, comm 1013. I taught this in maybe 2021 or something, I don't know. But here's a course. Turnitin is not a software that you download and that you keep on your PC and then you upload whatever you like. Every submission will have its own link, and that link will let you upload your files. So here's an example practice Turnitin where that arrow is. You would click on that, upload your file, and then when you upload your file, you're going to have something that looks like this. You see your name, you see the similarity percentage, and you see the right 100%. That is not a good thing. This is one time where 100 is just not a good number. So this document is 100% copied from somewhere. That's what you can see. In some cases, your teacher will show this to you. Sometimes your teacher will not. It is their choice. I don't force them to show it to you. You can ask them to see this, but it's their decision at the end, okay? I can't make them do that. The safest thing you can do if you don't see this is just to make sure your work is, properly cited with APA and 100% honest, right? But let's look at another document. I have a different one. I wrote an essay about chocolate. So here's an essay on chocolate. If you click on that link, you'll see a document like this. This is your essay that you wrote. You can see that there's colors like a rainbow, and you can't really see it because the sun's in here, but lots of different colors here, right? Lots of different colors, and it looks nice. It looks pretty, but all the colors it's not a good thing. The colors are bad. So your colors here, every different color is one source, and I'm just going to jump between slides here, but you can see the different sources on the side there. That's where you know where it's coming from, where the similarity is showing up, okay? And it's not looking at single words. Like, I don't know if you can see, but it says "and" is highlighted here, but it's not checking that "and" is plagiarized. We don't care about "and," right? What we care about is the whole position of is one of the most popular, followed by has been, followed by and then ancient. All of that came from the same place. The position of those words together, that's what the similarity is. So this person, whoever it is, it was me, but this person just took out the word foods. Replaced something with the word foods, replaced something with the word loved, pulled out a word, put in a word, took someone else's sentence but did that. That's what the plagiarism is here. That's why it's similar, okay? So your teacher might be able to send this to me, have a big problem with it, and then I might have to issue some sort of decision, okay? But there's more to it. So if you look at this side here, there's kind of a side. Look at these buttons. There are buttons on the side. It says 25%, and it has a few more buttons here. This is what you can see on your account, okay? Now I'm going to show you what your teacher can see. Pay attention to the buttons. Look at these buttons here. Longer. There are more buttons, right? They can see a few more things. And there's a blue one at the bottom. I made it bigger for you, so if you're not sure what I'm looking at here. The blue one is AI percentage. AI is artificial intelligence detector. How much of this work is written by an AI? So this document was 25% similar that you saw. Your teacher can see the AI. So anything on the next page that is blue in color is considered AI. So I'm not sure if you can see any blue. There might be some blue on this page. Do you see anything highlighted in blue? There might be a few sentences highlighted in blue here. But yeah, this stuff is plagiarized, okay? This stuff is written by AI. So I wrote this, but when I say I mean ChatGPT. In fact, it's called GPT Essay. I don't know if you can even see that. It's kind of up there. It's called GPT Essay 1, so one of many. So yeah, this is completely, I didn't write any of this, taken from AI. So they can see this. The teachers cannot show this to you because of the limitations of Turnitin. Turnitin does not permit students to see this content. You can ask, you can request to see what the AI percentage is, but again, it's your teacher's decision to show this to you or to not, to report it to me or to not. Okay, so please keep that in mind. Okay, so that's Turnitin. Turnitin is great. I love Turnitin. It's fantastic. But how do you avoid me, right? What could you be reported for? What are some reasons why you're sent over to me for a meeting, for a conversation, for a chat? Any of these. So if you're sharing or copying or any of your work, my friend was going through a lot of stuff in their personal life, and I wrote an essay for the class, and they came to me and they said, "Hey, Mark, I'm really struggling here. I need to see your essay only as a reference, and then I'll use it to write my own essay." And I say, "Absolutely. Here's my essay. Here you go. Use it only as a reference, but use it." And they say, "Thank you." And they take off my name and put their name and submit. Okay? That is, of course, not permitted. And Mark will also get in trouble. I will also get in trouble for that, too, because I'm the one that gave the document. They're the one that took the document. So both of them are going to be in trouble. Okay? So do not share as a reference or anything any of your documents. Hide them, talk about your stuff, but don't give them your files. Don't give them your work. Okay? If you don't follow APA, so if you learned APA and you don't put your research in, that could be a reason that we have to have a talk. And it's probably not on purpose. It might be accidental, but that might be a reason for a conversation, okay, to be reported for these things. So make sure you use APA. If you're using sources that are not so great, like your son or mother, telling them that they know what finance is and they're good at finance, and so you asked your mom for finance advice and they gave you a reference, my mother, 2023, over dinner. That was the time I asked. So you can't use that either. Be careful with your sources. Taking a test outside of an exam room, I think I mentioned that. So if you take the test outside, it's possible to do that, and it's also possible for me to see that, and it's possible for me to issue a 0 grade for that. So please only do the test in the room. If you're running late for a test, or if you miss a test entirely, the solution is never to take the test at home or on the bus or anything. Wait until you talk to the teacher, explain the situation, and they might be more than willing to accommodate your issue, okay? But the solution is not to take the test. Don't take the test, because even I can't help you there, okay? I would love to help you, but I can't if you take the test outside of the room, okay? I've said it a lot. Don't take the test outside of the room. Don't take the test outside of the room, okay? All right, good. Okay, don't forget that one. If you don't follow instructions, or for the GPT usage, I forgot to mention, ChatGPT, to be clear, is not the worst thing in the world. It's not terrible. It's not bad. It's just that you need to have permission to use it. 2 things you need: permission to use it from your instructor. Ask your teacher, can I use GPT for this assignment? And they'll probably say, yeah, they will, because they like to use it, they don't mind it, and it's part of the whole learning process. Next thing to do is to cite it, like a reference. If you do that, no problem. I've had students who have been reported for AI usage. They did not receive a grade. I have other students who used AI, but they didn't properly cite it because they didn't know how, and then I didn't have to give them a 0 in that case, okay? It's just I have to understand the situation. But transparency. Ask for permission, cite the GPT, and you're good, okay? That's it. So no biggie. Honestly, no biggie. How do you avoid me? Just do the opposite of all the stuff I just said, okay? Do the opposite. All this stuff is just the opposite of what I just said, okay? So just ask for permission, don't copy-paste from stuff, and don't share work, things like this. So I'm trying to breeze through because I'm running late. Okay, so the next thing I want to say, group work. Group work is meant to help you. Groups, you're going to be working in groups a lot. That is supposed to ease your burden of education rather than to make it more stressful. So if you find yourself in a group where only one person is doing all the work, or you have one person who's not doing all the work, important to communicate that to your instructor, who can then communicate it to me, who can then help you fix the situation. But the last thing I want is one person doing all the work for 5 people who are not doing anything. So please, please, we don't want that to happen, okay? Tell your instructor if that occurs. Track your progress. Understand and know what is that you contribute to everything so that you have like a paper trail of what you did. And that would be good for you too, okay? So be clear on decisions and split up work equally. And then a few things, a few examples. I'm nearly done. I'm going to show you a course outline, an evaluation timetable, and then I'm going to show you where to get things like learning resources and the APA guide, okay? So this is what a course outline looks like. This is just one page of it. I know you can barely see that, but this tells you what your course is all about. It also tells you what assignments are going to occur in this course, and it also tells you what is an A, what is a B minus. It's all there, okay? So take a look at this page, this document, get it from all your courses. Every course that you have should have it on the Moodle page, but if not, just ask for it, okay? The next thing to show you is the evaluation timetable, which you may have seen this morning. So here's another one. It's the same thing, but you need this document as well. Plenty of notice. When I say plenty of notice, we don't want to surprise you with tests and assignments. Boom. It's this. The yellow highlights are the dates, the dates the events happen. So when you get those dates, then you know for sure, well, boom, I would know exactly I have a test tomorrow, I have a test next week, or whatever it is, okay? If you don't get this within the first 1 or 2 days of your class, ask for it. And if you're having trouble getting it, You can even reach out to me if you need to. Okay, be more than happy to help with that. It's never happened because they always get it, but I'm more than happy to help. Okay, that's great. And then what else should I say? Oh yeah, policies. Where to get my policies? I follow rules. Every time I send an email to a student, I give them the policies so that they can read them. The top one is the policies for academic behavior responsibilities. So if I issue any kind of sanctions, the details are in 2000-5-1. It's not that long. Well, yeah, it is long, but I still encourage that you take a look whenever you can and read that policy. The test and exam one is actually very short, so definitely you have time to read that, anywhere on the bus ride to school. And then the grade appeals policy, I don't deal with grade appeals. This is just if there's an issue with the grade that you received that you didn't like or think it was fair, there's a process to follow, and you have rights for that. Definitely take a look at that appeal process because you might need it. You might need it, okay? And then the last one is the missed tests and assignments. That's the one where if you miss the test, don't take it outside. Follow the rules here in order to get a retake of this exam, okay? Where to find this stuff? On Moodle. Moodle has this right here. There's a button. I'm pointing to it. It's very tiny. I know you can't see it, but it says, I think, administration. So the administration tab has all this content, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you can just find all those policies to review anytime you want. You don't need to wait for me to give it to you. It's there right now for you to read, okay? And last few things, don't share logins. Don't share your passwords. Your password shouldn't be saved in your friend's browser on Chrome. Do not do that because you're responsible for your account. If weird stuff happens on your account, that's your problem. That's a you problem. So protect your account. Don't let anyone log in on there. If you're using a different friend's account computer, clear the password. Don't save it on that device. Very, very important for you, okay? Because I can't help you if there's stuff happening on your account, okay? Next, keep your grades confidential. No one needs to see your grades. It's up to you if you want to show grades or not. Okay, totally up to you. And know how grades are calculated. If you understand what the weight is, the percentages of your grades, 10% for this, 5% for that, then you can, arrange your schedule accordingly. And then, of course, good advice, don't share private info online. Okay? Last thing to say, use English in class. I think they mentioned that in Canadian culture. Use English in class. Attendance is taken in all your classes. International students on a study visa must attend classes. View your course materials on Moodle before class. And, of course, be on time. Phew, okay, I'm done. I'm out of stuff to say. Anyone have any questions for Mark? Well, if you have any questions for me, you can email me there. That's my email address. You can email me anytime. Day or night, I will not reply day or night, but I will definitely read it one day and reply to you. But it's been a pleasure. I will pass it over to our student success team. And thank you so much for listening. And all the best. And stay out of trouble. And I don't know, do drugs and stay in school, all that stuff. Okay, cool. Bye.
Hello everyone, how are you all? How's everyone? Okay, so my name is Sahil Vatwa. I am a student success counselor at the tutoring center. First of all, welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. Welcome to Canada. How is Canada treating you so far? You liking it? I don't see a lot of happy faces. How is Canada? No? Good? Bad? Not good? Good? Okay. Just wait for it because fall is coming and that's a really awesome season we have here. You will see a lot of lovely scenes around you, the tree leaves and everything. So just wait for it. And now we'll be talking about student success program. So I'm from the tutoring center with my colleague Sakshi. So we at the tutoring center we offer the students academic support. We have a lot of resources for that. So we have a lot of resources to help our students at any place they might need, in any situation they might need throughout their academic journey. We have a lot of resources to assist our students. So what are those resources we'll be talking about right now? So we have all these resources that we'll cover in this presentation today. So we'll go one by one through all of these. So first of all, we have academic clubs. So these academic clubs we have, these are formed by the students themselves of the college. So we form the clubs, and for different programs we have different clubs, so students can take part in the club. And right now we have Vice President of LCIT BCC Club, which is Business Caucus Club over here, Dhanushki. So I'd like to introduce Dhanushki, and she'll just say a few things about the club.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Dhanushki Pereira, and I'm the Vice President of Business Caucus Club. So about this Business Caucus Club, if you are a student of MMDT, BMHT, FPWT, FSIT, MMPT, BSNT, and BMAT, then this is your club. So right now we are recruiting volunteers, so you can join. So this club is like, this is the third semester going on for the club. And what we are doing is, as international students, we can understand that it's really difficult to find a job soon after you landed. And there are lots of educational qualifications that the industry is looking for. So as a club, what we are doing is we are introducing speakers from outside the industry experts, and they will come to Lambton College and they deliver sessions for you guys. And after that, you can build a network with them and will be helpful you to find a job in Canadian market. So that's the objective of this whole club. And this is not just a student club, this is a professional club where you have to act and behave as a professional in the Canadian experience. So we are grooming you to become a good Canadian experience person when we are graduating from the college. So that's our whole objective. But you can go upstairs for the study center and you can join as a volunteer or just follow the group. And we have all the flyers around the college. Just follow the Instagram and LinkedIn page and be a part of the club. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhanushki. So you also can be a part of these clubs. Right now we have the study room over there and the clubs are already there. So if you haven't been there already, so I would encourage all of you guys to check the clubs over there so you can get to know more about how these clubs help you guys and how you can be a part of them. Next, the associations our college works with. So we work with all these associations in the college. So they offer their services, their support to our students, such as Ladlia for our international female students, and Toronto Region Board of Trade, North Community Housing, which we have a session today as well for housing accommodations and taxis. And all these different associations our college works with. So they organize a lot of workshops in the college and they're always there to assist you guys, so you can always reach out to them. Next, we have LinkedIn Learning. How many of you guys are on LinkedIn? Okay, a lot of you, so that's good. If you're not on LinkedIn, so I would encourage all of you to be on LinkedIn because that's one of the best tools we have in Canada for your career growth. So you can search for your jobs on LinkedIn, of course, and then you can also use it to build connections around. So networking is the best tool we have in Canada for like finding a job. You can find someone who works in a company which you would like to join, get to know more about that, and also ask them if they can somehow refer you in the company and get you a position. Also, for our students, we have LinkedIn Learning. So what's that? We have like over 18,000 courses available free of cost for the students. So you can go over there, get to study anything, any course related to your course or even not related to your course, just something you're interested in learning. So you can always go there, go to LinkedIn Learning and search for any course and get the extra knowledge. And once you complete a course, so there's a certificate that appends to your personal profile. So that is always there and any employer can visit your LinkedIn profile and they can see that you have done this course. It's free of course for the students. And one thing I would like to mention here, so this is the link for LinkedIn Learning. So you don't have to create a new account for the LinkedIn Learning. You can use your existing account, go to this link. It will take you to the Microsoft login. So there you log in with your student credentials, that is C0, your student ID at mylambton.ca, and your password. It will automatically link your personal account with the college, with the LinkedIn Learning tool. So you don't have to create a new account, otherwise it will mess up your whole thing, so you will have to again redo it. So next we have, and recently we won LinkedIn awards, 2 awards. One is the Academy Award and one is Learning Champion. So we are the top organization in North America who has the most active LinkedIn Learning students in all over North Canada. So that's a big achievement for us. Next, we have mentorship program. So 10,000 Coffees is a tool which you can use for mentorship. So you can go over there, find a mentor, because you might need assistance throughout your academic career or even your personal life in your professional career, you might need a mentor to assist you, to guide you through some basic things, or maybe any confusions you have. They can guide you, they can assist you with any confusions you have, anything you want to know. So you can go over 10,000 coffees, sign in with your LinkedIn, your student ID, and then you can use this service. So how it works is you make a profile and then you put that what you are looking for. And then you get matched with the tutors, with the mentors who are offering those same services. So it's a matchmaking service. It will make a match, and you can then ask your questions, any queries you have with the mentor. Next, workshop and speaker series. So all those associations we have, all the clubs we have, academic clubs in the college, so they offer all these workshop series as well to the students. Throughout your term, you will see a lot of posters on the Moodle that we are having this workshop, this association coming to the college to give you workshops. So we keep having them like every once in a while we have workshops. So some are like some are on specific subjects such as APA, Java, Python, and some are regarding your course maybe. So any topic you might need, or you can also request that you want this workshop, we can also arrange that for you guys. So a lot of workshops keep happening over here. Next, these are the new tools we just implemented in our college, Devant and VMOC. So VMOC is one of the like AI assistant service which you can use. So you can upload a resume, put the job which you are applying for, you can put the description over there, and it will tell you is your resume good for that job, and it will also guide you how you can make it better. Also, you can take a virtual assistant interview with that. So you can have an interview because it's AI, so you don't have to be shy. You can just easily go in, take the interview, and it will tell you that the things you can improve in yourself while you're giving the interview, such as your eye contact, the way you're speaking, your confidence. All of that it judges, and it gives you suggestions how you can improve yourself and prepare yourself for the interviews, for the job interviews. Next, Devant, it's a job search platform where you can find jobs, and also it like gives a lot of, it has a lot of live workshops happening around, and Q&As, you can ask the questions as well, and all those things. So next, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Sakshi Sharma. She's going to take over this.
Thank you, Sahil. Hello. Yeah. Hello, guys. My name is Sakshi. I'm working as a Turing Center Operations Coordinator in the Turing Center Department. First and foremost, I thank all of you to be part of the Lambton College. I want to thank you for joining us. I'm very excited to join you on your academic journey. So since the day you guys left your home countries, you guys left your parents, your friends, and you came here for the betterment of your future, you guys are already a champions. So have a big round of applause for you guys. All right, perfect. So as Sahil explained, plenty of resources to you, as all the resources are free to you guys. And there's one more resource I want to share with all of you, that is peer tutoring. In peer tutoring, as the name suggests, you can take extra academic assistance from your peers. These peer tutors are your senior students from your course, from your programs, and all these sessions you can take free and as many as you want. Throughout your course, throughout your program, for the 2 years, you can take as many sessions as you want. That's totally free of cost. So if you guys need help, if you guys need any help relatable to your assignments, PowerPoint presentations, quizzes, or exams, or if you feel like your exam is after 2 weeks and you are not prepared for that, you can book a sessions with the tutors. How to book a session, I will explain it to you. So yes, and that's totally free. So there's gonna be 3 types of tutorings. You can book peer tutoring, one-on-one sessions, you can book group tutoring, and the workshops, as already Sahil explained it to you. Okay, so after completing your first semester, if you're having a GPA, cumulative GPA more than 3 or equals to 3, you can also become a part of the tutoring center. You can join tutoring center, and you can become an academic volunteer tutor. So for that, you just have to send your CV and your unofficial transcripts to, is a tutoring center at sestercollege.com, and you will be called for the interview. Okay? And next is how to book an appointment. As all these appointments, you can book as many as you want. You guys have your Lambton credentials, right? You guys have access to the Lambton Moodle and database? Yeah. Okay, so on the Moodle, if you go on a Moodle, you can see this home page, and go on the tutoring center, or you can book a tutoring session here, and then it will take to the next page, book now, and then you can see all the services, AHCT, PMLT, PMIT, whatever your concerned courses or the programs, and you can see the available time slots of the tutors. And next is WLC. Same as the peer tutorings, WLC is our English instructors providing extra help to our students relatable to the English reading, writing, and speaking. We can also prepare you for your interviews, whether it's a part-time or full-time job, we can prepare you for that. So that's all relatable to the tutoring center from my side. Yep. Okay, so you guys have any questions relatable to the tutoring center or writing language center? No? We all good? Okay, now I'll hand it over to the Sahil. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sakshi. So the next thing we have early intervention. So as the name suggests, we started this in 2018. So early intervention basically reaches out to the students who are performing low, who have low attendance, low performance in their course. So we reach out to them, we send them a notification email that, hey, your performance is low in this course, or your attendance is low in this course. Because sometimes students just forget to come to college. They are just so busy with their work, they are doing shifts, and they forget they have to study as well. So we send them notification emails that your performance is low, your attendance is low, and you have to keep it up in order to graduate, otherwise you will fail. So ever since we started this in 2018, we have been able to reduce the failing grades significantly, because this was started for undergraduate programs only, BSNT and CPCT. But later on, we expanded it to even more courses. At that time, we had over 50% failure rate, and now it's only 10%. So we have achieved a lot through this early intervention process we have, and we have been able to reduce the failing rates by a lot of percent. Next thing, Acuplacer, this is also for only undergraduate students. So this is a service we offer to them for English and Maths, basically, because we see that a lot of them struggle with their English and Maths. So we take their test in the beginning of the term. If they pass, that's good. If they perform low, then we give them mandatory tutorings, and they can take the tutorings and then they take the test again. It helps them to build up their math skills, English skills, which they might be lacking. Next thing, WeCare. So have you guys checked your Outlook, your student Outlook? Have you received a notification that you have been added to MS Teams group? Anyone? No? Okay. So we create Teams group, WeCare Teams group. So you can check that right now. You must be added on that group already. If not, you can reach out to us, or you will receive a link in your email shortly, so you can join the group from there. So this service we offer to the first term students, because you guys are new to Canada, very different from your home country. There are different rules, different things, like academically and non-academically also. So basically students have a lot of questions, like how to upload the assignment, or how can I check my APA, let's say, or how can I get a Presto card, how can I apply for student discount. A lot of questions you guys might be having. So this is a support we offer to the students where you can ask all those questions and get it answered. So in this MS Teams group, you can ask those questions. We have volunteers hired. They will be able to assist you, and also we staff members are there, so if we are always there to assist you. Any questions you might be having, you can put in that group, and we'll be there to help you guys. And next, CCR, co-curricular record. So this is one of the most important thing I would encourage all of you to participate in. It's the certificate you get for volunteering in many of the college activities, such as the student clubs I just mentioned, tutorings. So you can volunteer and get this certificate. What this certificate is, that it works across Canada, so all the employers can check that you have actually worked in that volunteer thing, and basically it validates it. So it works all over Canada, any employer can check it. And also why it is important, volunteer experience. because you guys are new here, you don't have any Canadian experience on your resume in your profile. So this gives you a chance to build up that volunteer experience, build up your resume so that you can show that I have worked in Canada across this position, or even volunteer or in jobs. So both of them matter here a lot. So be sure to volunteer in any activity you see interesting. Make sure you volunteer. You build up your resume. That is going to help you with your professional growth later on. And next, this is our contact information, so you can always contact us at any of the email addresses. If you don't know which person specifically to reach out to, you can always go to the tutoring center email. You can always send us an email and we'll be there to assist you. Any questions which I can answer? Any questions, anything? All good? Okay, so thank you so much, guys. You have been a great audience, and welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. Thank you so much. Take care.
Perfect. Thank you, Turing Center and the whole team. So now, before we go for our quick lunch break and snack break, we're going to have a very special person. We'll do some welcome remarks for you guys. And I would like to call the director of Lambton College in Toronto, Mr. Michael Varakis.
Nicholas, thank you very much for doing a wonderful job. Students, how are you? How are you? I need to hear more. Okay, one more time. I want to see that you're excited. How are you doing? Awesome. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. My name is Michael Varakis. I've been watching you guys and our colleagues on YouTube Live. And there's so many resources that are available to you and things that we can do to help you. Please, please, please reach out to us at any time. We're here to assist you. So welcome. What I want to find out is a little bit about you and where you're from. What countries are our students from today? Where are you from? Philippines. Fantastic. Excellent. Welcome. Okay, Philippines. Where else? Bangladesh. Fantastic. Beautiful country. I've been there. Very nice. Nepal. Congratulations. Thank you. India. Don't say it. I need to hear where in India. Mumbai. Okay, where else? Gujarat. Where else? Hold on. I didn't hear Kerala yet. We have students from Kerala? Okay, great. Welcome to our Indian students. We appreciate you a lot. Where else are students from? Nigeria. Congratulations. Awesome. Where else? Jamaica. Welcome. Where else? Russia. Awesome. Fantastic. Welcome. Where else? Peru. Welcome. Buenos dias. Where else? Colombia. Beautiful country. I've been there too many times. Very nice. Machu Picchu in Peru is beautiful. Where else? Vietnam. Did I hear Vietnam? Welcome. Where else? Iran. Welcome. Venezuela. Buenos dias. Beautiful. This is the second time I've heard Venezuela. Yesterday was the first Venezuelan student I met here, so welcome. Iran. I love Persian food. That's why I'm so skinny. So it's fantastic. I love it. Okay, where else? That's it? Anyways, our students come from 50 different countries, okay, from all over the world. Make sure you learn from them and you find out what they're all about, because that's where some significant learning takes place also. Not to only learn the Canadian culture, but to learn cultures that come here from all over the world. We're very, very proud to have you. We're very proud of our students. And we started with humble beginnings. 12 years ago, in the summer of 2011, we started with 30 students in one program. Now we have 21 programs and over 6,000 students from 50 different countries. And since the summer of 2011, over 22,000 graduates. So Lambton College, which has been in existence since 1967, has formed this public-private partnership. Since 1967, they have 66,000 graduates. We have a third of them, 22,000 of that total. Over 900,000 international students in Canada this year. There's lots of resources that are available to you by the Canadian government, by different agencies that are here, and you can hear a lot of these speakers. So anything that you need, please reach out to us. We're here. Now, what are the 3 reasons international students are here? Number 1, get a 2-year certificate so they can get a 3-year postgraduate work permit. Number 2, get a job related to your program of studies. And number 3, get your PR, permanent residency. Who's on that plan? Okay, only 4 people? Who's on that plan? I don't see everyone's hand up. Who's on that plan? Everyone's here, and we recognize that. This is why you're in Canada. We're here to help you in any way possible. Now, let me give you a little bit of a head start. If you want a job, easy to get. If you want the right job, you've got to network. You've got to network to find the right job that can help you meet the PR requirements in order to stay in Canada, okay? So you've got to get a job that fits, okay? So to network, the greatest networking platform out there is LinkedIn. Who's on LinkedIn? Okay, very good. I want you to invite me to LinkedIn, and if I see you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. There are over 12,000 students, graduates, employers, instructors, educators on my network. And I want you to go out to people who have graduated from here and current students and find someone from your program like PMLT and say you graduated in 2017 and I see that you're a district manager in this industry, in this area. Find out the truth about Lambton College, about Canada, about that occupation. I sincerely encourage you to do that. You have to start networking. You've got to meet people, and you've got to start to get connected, okay? The second thing that I encourage you is LinkedIn Learning. Over 22,000 courses are available to our students. We are the #1 LinkedIn Learning institution in North America. So if someone says to you, do you know about this and do you know about that and artificial intelligence and ChatGPT and UI and UX and all these other things, go on LinkedIn Learning, make sure you really know, okay, what's being asked of you, because your employer is going to be asking that. The second thing that we have is Grammarly Premium for all our students. I love it. I use it every day. It interfaces with Outlook and Word. So if someone receives your resume and cover letter and it's full of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors, you're not getting a chance, because over 800 people apply for a job. These are statistics from Indeed. So they only hire one person. Why should they hire you? So don't disqualify yourself early. Get Grammarly Premium. It's free to all our students. The only time you're going to start crying is when you graduate, because you're not going to have access to it. You're going to have to buy it on your own, and it's like $200 US per year. So I strongly encourage you. The other new product that we have is Devant. Devant is for your resume and for your cover letter, and you can find out tons of resources that can help give you the edge in order to get that job. So that's what we're all about. Now, without students, I wouldn't be here. Without students, my colleagues wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have a college. So we need you. but you need us. We can't do your homework, but we can help direct you. You need to approach us with any issues that you have, and we're here to assist you. Now, the average international student spends over $30,000 per year. You're here for 2 years, you're spending $60,000. These are statistics from CBIE, Canadian Bureau for International Education. $60,000 times 900,000 students, I'm sure your calculator is going to blow a fuse. Lots of money coming to Canada. So what Canadians do, and the Canadian government has done, there's lots of resources that are available. Make sure you find out what you can access. We have an agency that we work with called COSTI. COSTI has been providing advice to new Canadians for the past 50 years. The representative in our area is North York Community House, nych.ca, right? They were here yesterday. They had tons of resources and ways to help our students. Please know that you're not alone. There's a big support network here to help you. Please reach out to us. And if you come by, you can come by, stop by and see me, stop by and see our staff. We'd love to know your name. We'd love to hear your issues. We'd love to hear your situation. Come and see us. We're all available to see you. Thank you very, very much for choosing Lambton College in Toronto. I look forward to seeing you soon. Take care and have a great day. Thank you.
All right. I don't want to keep you guys longer. We're going to have a quick lunch break or snack break. So there's a room just on the second floor. Our volunteers will be there to start giving out some snacks, drinks. And then also I got news that Tim Hortons is open just beside our building. It's part of the campus. So if you want to check out some Canadian food. And other than that, we'll see you guys by 12:15, 12:20. Please be here, and we'll start the afternoon sessions. Thank you so much. So there's some snacks upstairs, or check out Tim Hortons. Again, we have our companies around. We have Freedom Mobile, iSchool Wallet, Uptown Wireless. Bell should be here in the afternoon. Plus Communications, RBC, they have some student deals. Also the student clubs, please check them out on the second floor. And if you want to join the raffle after lunch, please scan the QR code and please put your name. We'll be raffling a trip to Hawaii. I'm just kidding, but please, we have some Lambton gear to give out and some Tim Hortons gift card. Please make sure to scan the QR code. And also, our director will be here for a few more minutes if you have some questions or take a picture and meet our director. And after lunch, we also have the Kahoot. Some nice prices for you guys. Thank you so much and enjoy the break. So our director will still be here if you guys want to take a picture or have some questions. Feel free to meet our director. Thank you very much. And Danush will put the schedule for today. So if you guys want to see the afternoon sessions, Danushki will put the schedule for the day. Thank you.
There is a special announcement from the RBC. So if you are interested to knowing or get a free $100 or an iPad from RBC, all you have to do is you can go to the RBC booth and get more details.
testing. Boop, boop. Hi, everyone. Just going to make a very, very, very quick announcement. We're just going to start our academic integrity session very shortly. The presenter, Mark, is going to do that in a bit. We're just waiting for the projector to cool down and get ready again, and then we'll get started, okay? So hopefully in the next few minutes, all right? Please continue going about your business as you were. Thanks. Buddy, whoop, whoop. Okay, everyone, I think we're ready to start. Sorry for the slight delay, but we're ready to go. A little bit of technical difficulties there, but otherwise, nice and smooth running from now on. Okay, cool. All right, I'll give everyone a chance to have a seat. You can come in. Yeah, come have a seat. If anyone likes front seats, we've got a lot of front seats if you want to sit up front. Thank you, sir, for sitting so close. Okay, all right. Okie dokie. I'm assuming that you all sat through the previous session for housing and stuff and the other one, so now you've come here to see the academic integrity and student success session. Those of you that saw me talk actually an hour ago, thanks for coming back for a second time, but otherwise, hi to everyone that's new, okay? So just as a very quick introduction, my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the academic integrity officer of the college, so how should I say it? I kind of catch students when they cheat. You know, if there's cheating going on in the school, I do deal with that. But I often tell students what I do just when I get started. So the long and short of it is, what my job entails is basically I review student submissions when your teacher sends them over to me. And if there's an issue with the submission, then I will meet with you, I'll talk to you, talk to the teacher involved, and then sometimes I have to issue a 0 grade on your assignments. Sometimes maybe not, but other times, yeah, I kind of do. So that does make it a bit nerve-wracking to meet me sometimes, and I don't want you to be too frightened of me, but if you see the group of people here, there might be some people that I'm going to have to meet eventually throughout the semester, eventually. Everyone look to your left, everyone look to your right. One of you will probably meet me for academic integrity. So it is not generally a bad thing to have one of these meetings occur in your record. It happens. But sometimes you might have more than one, and when you have 2 or 3, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue. So hopefully we have one meeting, you learn from it, and then never have to have another one. Sometimes you have no meetings at all, which is even better, but it depends on the person, right? It depends on the situation. But anyways, so we're going to talk a bit about a few things today. This is our team. So I'm the Academic Integrity Officer, Mark Gonzalez. You may have met Shauna this morning. She presented on Canadian culture. She's there as well. Colin is a QA coordinator as well, so there's 3 of us. I deal with the student reviews, meeting with you and having chats with you if need be. So our presentation today is going to deal with a lot of different things. We're going to cover a lot of different items. But the important thing that you should remember is by the end of this presentation, you should have a good understanding of how to avoid being reported for cheating, how to avoid being reported for academic dishonesty, and hopefully your submissions are original, your content is good, and also I'm going to give you some tools to make sure that that is the case, so that in the nicest possible way, I'll never see you again after this, right? This is, in the nicest possible way, you never have to meet with me, never have to see me after this session, and you're good to go. So a lot of stuff here. We're going to talk about, for example, APA. We're going to talk about Turnitin. We're going to talk about something that is kind of new. Anybody know what ChatGPT, if you heard ChatGPT, is it a thing? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for being honest. Thank you. I'm sure you all have heard of this. We're going to talk about how to use it in the college as well because, hey, let's be honest, everyone here probably knows what it is and everyone's probably used it, right? So we're going to talk about all that stuff today too, right? If you have any questions, it's rare, but if you do have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them as well, okay, if you'd like. So when we talk about academic integrity, we talk about a few things. I kind of told you what my job is and what I'm doing. I'm not out here trying to catch cheaters, although I happen to find them sometimes. It does happen that cheating does occur, but sometimes it's an accident. Sometimes you didn't mean to do it. Sometimes you didn't know any better, and so I have to filter that and figure that stuff out. I help your teacher figure that out. And sometimes I will meet with you and I don't have to, do anything. I just have to have the conversation. But if you do these four things, these four basic broad terms, honesty, fairness, accountability, trust, if you have these things in your submissions, then you'll be fine. But even more than that, I'm asking you to follow rules of the college. If you have rules that you're following, then I also have rules that I'm following as well. I'm not just going to grab you, if you're walking down the hallway, hey, are you cheating? And then, oh, okay, off you go. I'm not that kind of, officer. It's a different kind of situation. So a lot of people are involved. I have rules that I follow. When I report, when there's a report sent to me, I follow certain things, and I tell you what the procedures are when I meet with you, okay, before and after. And you can expect the same thing from, I would hope to expect the same thing from you and that you would expect from me. What we expect from you, honest work, original content, the stuff that you've handed in is actually yours. That's the basics of my job, trying to figure out if that's the case. Is this work yours or is it somebody else's? Did you tell me where it came from? Did you not tell me where it came from? These are the important things to remember, okay? Alternatively, you should expect from your instructors support, notice, telling you when stuff is due ahead of time. No surprises. Your whole semester, no surprises, okay? And if you have a surprise, then it might be good to have a chat with me, right? So that we can have a conversation about that too. But we want to tell you everything that's going on, and we want to be sure that we're following the rules just like we ask you to do as well, okay? So speaking of rules, let's talk about a bit of rules. What do you do in terms of a test? Okay, as far as tests are concerned, what are the rules around testing? So if you have a test, you want to make sure that you're following the instructions of the test. Some basic examples of instructions, you have computer tests now. All your tests, if you're online, if you're in person, all of the examinations are going to be on a computer, right? On a device. So your tests are all online via, whatever device you have, computer at school or computer in your laptop or whatever it is. And when you're taking these examinations, be very sure that you're connected to the school Wi-Fi, as an example. You can't join a hotspot. You can't use a VPN, if you know what that is, to take your test. So if you're doing these things, be very, very, very careful with that, because then you have to have a meeting with me, and then I may not be able to give you a grade, okay, which is not so great, okay? So make sure you follow those instructions. Closed book tests versus open book tests. What is a closed book test? A closed book test is when your book is closed and you cannot take the test with your books. Open book tests, oh yeah, sorry. Oh, you can't hear? Testing. Oh, it's all the talking as well. There's also, yeah, although it's kind of hard to rein that in. I think they're talking with like Virgin Mobile and like Bell and getting good phone plans. So there's a little bit, maybe I can talk louder. I can yell at you. Maybe that might work too. That could also possibly work. Okay, open book tests. Your tests are open book. You can access content whenever you like. Closed book tests are when you can't. Your default, the one that is automatically the case, closed book. Closed book is automatic. That's the loudest thing I said today so far. Okay, good. Closed book is important. In addition to that, we have Memorization. Memorization is something that a lot of you do, a lot of you study, a lot of you may have graduated from schools whereby memorizing is very, very, very big. It's a bit different here. There's a difference. So as far as memorization is concerned, you don't want to memorize content, save it in your brain, and then head on over to your test the next day, and then paste it, copy paste with your brain, and then word for word. Because I don't know how much you know and how much you just kind of remember. So how do you make that difference? You have to write it differently. You have to say it differently. Say it the way that you understand it, and then we can definitely help you out in that regard, okay? But if you don't, then that's when the problem occurs, okay? So very careful with the memorization. Be careful with how you memorize content. Read your questions very carefully, because some people don't even read the question right, and then they actually have to be sent to me because the question is responded at, and it's like, I can't even give you an example. Sometimes they'll use GPT, and then the question is, how would you like to make yourself better? How would you like to improve? Well, as a language model, I can't really improve, and I can't tell you how to improve, but here's what I think you could do. You didn't really read you didn't really read anything in that case, right? So be careful with your tests in that way. And also, the last one, most important, you are free to use the bathroom as you see fit. You're all adults, I hope, and you're all capable of understanding, hey, I need to actually go to the bathroom right now. If it happens during the test, you can do that. We're not going to stop you from using the bathroom. That's crazy. But when you do leave that room, your test is done. So how necessary is it to use the bathroom or to exit the room for whatever reason? Keep that in mind before you walk out of the room, okay? When you exit, you're done. Another thing while I'm on the topic, if you're not in the room and you're still doing the test, I can see that, I can identify that, and we can't issue a grade in that case. So it's very important that you take the test in the room of the examination, okay? All right, great. What about assignments? Homework. Stuff that you write, essays that you write, and you want to hand those in, same thing. Follow the instructions that you're being told about, and it's very much about transparency, telling us where the stuff came from. So anyone familiar with APA? Do you know APA guidelines? Raise your hand, fans of APA, a couple of APA fans, okay, good, right? If you don't know what it is, it's fine, don't worry about it, because we're going to talk about APA on Thursday. Not me, but our comm instructor, our comm coordinator, Ian, is going to do a fantastic session on how to use APA, okay? And if you're not sure how to use it, don't worry about it for now. Original work is very, very important. We always talk about original work, and I say it all the time in this presentation. But on top of that, these two. Don't share your work with friends, and individual versus group work. So you can work as a group to submit a lot of content in the courses. You're going to work in groups all the time. And it's natural for you to be in those groups, and when it comes time for individual submissions, you still work together, and then you work on it, and then it makes the whole job a bit easier. You have to be very careful when this happens, because you don't want to actually show the fellow classmates in your class or outside of your class the actual content that you wrote down in a file. If they see that stuff and they use that stuff, then who's going to get in trouble? Everybody involved. Everyone related to the situation will be tied into it. So oftentimes I will have a student, and the student will be reported to me for some sort of offense, and then they'll say, sir, yes, my work looks like this friend's work. I understand that, but here's what happened. That friend was going through some stuff. They were going through some issues at work, at home. Maybe they just broke up with their boyfriend or girlfriend. Okay, that's great. And then they said, listen, I'm low on time because I've been crying so often that I need some help. Can you let me see your essay? And then they say, sure, you can see my essay as a reference, a reference. Only as a reference. Do you understand? Yeah, as a reference. I hear you. Got it. Then they give them the file. They go on, delete the name, put a new name, and then submit. 100% similar, okay? Everybody involved is at fault, okay? So you'll affect not just you, but also the person that gave you the stuff. So, consider that, for example. Also, it's weird as well. You can also do the same thing to yourself. So we're going to talk about plagiarism in a second, but you can actually take content from yourself, submit it later on, and that would also be considered an issue, right? Everyone involved in that would be at fault as well, and it would be you in that case, right? So there's lots and lots of things to occur. Don't copy-paste, and if you're using sources, use APA. We'll talk about that in a second. But talking about the plagiarism thing that I just said, plagiarism. Any fans of plagiarism here? Who loves plagiarism? Yeah? No? No fans. Good. That's the right answer. That's the right answer. If you're not sure what it is, plagiarism, my definition of plagiarism, which is really everyone's, is not telling someone where something actually came from. It's not copy-paste. Copy-paste is a form of plagiarism, but there are many kinds of plagiarism, okay? So if you're not clear on your research, where your research came from, that's plagiarism too. If you've plagiarized yourself, that's what my example just was. For example, you have course A, you wrote an essay for course A. Course A is done. You got your grade, no problem. Course B comes up, similar assignment. I did that last time. I did something very similar. So I'm going to take my stuff from here and then just hand it in here, and then problem solved. Also a problem. Also a problem. It's plagiarism. Because the time you're given to write an assignment, you're supposed to write an assignment in that time. And if you didn't take that time to write it, then it's not actually the assignment required, okay? So you got to watch out for that. Self-plagiarism is an issue. Fun fact, or not so fun, but it's a fact for sure, right? So be careful with plagiarism. The best way to avoid it is to be transparent in your work. Tell me where everything came from, and then you're always okay, all right? So just a few things to mention about that. Whoops, there we go. Yeah, that's what I want to mention. So three things. There's an APA workshop coming up on Thursday. So if you want to attend that, I encourage you to visit the APA workshop. Ian's going to do a great job telling you what that is. In addition, I have also recorded myself and my voice talking about APA in a recording during COVID, and that exists as well. I can give you that whenever you like. But the real-life version with Ian is going to be way better, okay? Alternatively, there's a tutoring center, tutoring services. They can drop in anytime and talk with them. On top of all of these three, if you have a COM course, COM 1013, COM 3013, whatever it might be, you will probably learn APA expertly by the end of the term. They're going to go through it in a lot of detail. So if you have a COM class, great news for you, okay? All right, great. Now let's talk about 3 tools. You have 3 tools you can use to help yourself avoid meeting with me. And they are Grammarly, Turnitin, and ChatGPT. All right, the best one. I save it for last right there, right? Okay, Grammarly is the first one. You all have a copy of a user account for Grammarly. You can use it, Grammarly Premium. Not the free stuff. It's the premium kind. It's the cool one, right? It can do a lot of stuff. You know what it can do? 3 things. It can check for grammar, commas, periods, punctuation, position of words. Okay, great. It can also check for plagiarism, telling you where your plagiarism is happening. It can also replace full sentences. You have an active voice sentence. You want to make it passive for some reason, it can do that. It can change it out, pull it out, put it in anyone. So what do you use Grammarly for? Only that first one I said, right? The grammar checking. That's what it's for. Don't check it for plagiarism. And there's a really, really good important reason for that. Grammarly's plagiarism checker is going to check Google. It's going to check any files you've given it for plagiarism. Turnitin, which is our official plagiarism checker, and my favorite thing in the world because it makes my job so much easier, is a lot bigger. Google searches, journals, academic papers, essays that we've received in this semester, previous semesters, all the way through, and essays and stuff submitted to other colleges and universities. It's going to check all that stuff. It's a wider database, much, much, much bigger. So Grammarly doesn't have that. It's not going to work. It's going to tell you 0% on Grammarly and like 500% on Turnitin, okay? So don't use Grammarly to check your plagiarism. It's a waste of your time, and it's not safe, not a guarantee. The only one to use is Turnitin, all right? So please keep that in mind. If you don't know what Turnitin is, I'm going to show you an example in the next few slides, so don't worry. I'm going to show you what that is. But the third thing, the best one, is our favorite tool, ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT, if you've never heard of this, if you live under a rock, it can definitely write all your essays for you without any real issue, okay? It can do everything for you. Little thinking required. But I do not want to forbid it. It's okay to use it within certain guidelines, and I'm going to tell you how to do that in just a few moments. But first, a word from our sponsors. No, an example of a Turnitin submission. Okay, here's my course. This is COM 1013. I taught this a long, long, long time ago, maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and I have a practice example link. Turnitin is not a program or software that you download and keep on your PC. Every link to every assignment will be different, made by your instructor, and then just basically, you upload it and check it, okay? So I'm gonna do this one as an example. I go to my practice submission link, I click on that, I upload a file. After I upload a file, I'll see this. This is what my page will look like, my student account. And then you'll see here that I have my practice submission, name, and also similarity percentage, 100%. All right. Not so great. not a time when you want to see 100%. Red here is bad. A good color to see is maybe blue. Maybe green is okay, but blue is your best favorite color. If you see blue, it's probably okay. But as an example, let's take a look and click on the link. I'm going to give you a different file. It's not going to be 100%. It's going to be something different, 25%. Here's what you see when you click on the link. Every color that's highlighted shows you a different place that it found your words match someone else's words. So your similarity in this case is 25%. It's lower than 100, but it's still a concern because look at what's happening. So first of all, that sidebar, you can see that those are all the different sources that it came from. And if we go back, you'll see that, for example, it highlights the word and. Mayans and Aztecs. So and is plagiarized. So students will come to me and say, but sir, and, how do I change and? And it's impossible to change and. Okay, it's not just and. It's all the other words around and that it's finding. So not only did you say and right here, but you also said is one of the most popular right there. You've said has been here. You've said ancient here, all in one, just like someone else. That's what the similarity is. You can't pull out a word, put in a different word, pull out a word, put in a different word. Okay, that's the difference. So we head over here. You can see all the buttons you can see on the side here. Okay, that's great. Some instructors will let you see this. Other instructors will not. That's just the basics. I'm sorry to say that, but some people will say, no, this is not okay. I don't want you to see the similarity, so it's going to be a surprise. I don't have control over that. It is up to the instructor, so they can totally say no, but you can request it. Request it. There's no harm in asking for it if you don't see it, okay? But I do encourage that they show it to you. The more you see, I feel the better for you. And then maybe you can upload again and fix it and get rid of it yourself, okay? But you have buttons here, so you can see all these red buttons. You can see that button. That's what you can see. Yes? Hang on. Let me give you the microphone. This is going to be cool. Okay, go ahead.
So my question is that the instructor won't allow us to see that how much percentage we have. Is that what we're trying to say right now?
Kind of. Those of you that didn't hear. So I'll summarize. I'm going to walk into that podium in just a second. Okay, there we go. I just avoided it. Okay, great. Okay, great. Sometimes they'll say, yeah, you can take a look at that number for sure. And then they'll give you a chance to upload it again. No problem. But then others will say, I don't want to show you the similarity at all. So when you go back to this page here, you won't see 100%. You'll just see the word pending, or it'll be gray color. That means you can't even click on it to see. And then it's just kind of, well, I hope I did everything right. I hope my work is original because, otherwise, yeah, fingers crossed, that's exactly the case, right? So it depends on the teacher. But I do encourage that you ask them in case they're not showing it to you. They might even change it to let you see, okay? So give it a try. But you have some buttons that I showed you here, those buttons. This is what you can see. Your teacher is a little bit cooler because they have some more buttons, okay? Here's what the teacher can see. It looks a little bit different. I'm going to zoom in just a second. But you can see that there's some more buttons on the side. Those buttons at the very bottom is a happy little blue button right there. That blue button is AI percentage. AI, of course, referring to artificial intelligence. This is something not visible to students. You can't see it. I can see it. Your teacher can see it. But you can't see it. And if you notice, last time I said 25% was similar. 25% similar to other stuff. I'm going to show you the next page. Tell me if you see anything highlighted in blue color is considered written by artificial intelligence. So if there's any blue, that tells you that that blue is written by a robot. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but the entire thing is showing up blue, right? A little bit of blue here. And all that stuff was written by ChatGPT. Some of it, actually none of it. None of it shows up as not written because it was written entirely by AI, okay? So your teacher can see this for all your submissions. You can never see this unless you ask for it. Some instructors might show it to you. I know Ian, the guy that you're going to see on Thursday, he shows it to all of his students if they ask, but you have to request it. Ask, is it okay if I see my AI? He's like, yeah, sure, no problem. And then you see 500% AI, whoops, okay, and then I have to go back and write a new thing, okay? So ask, and then you'll receive, okay? So be careful with your AI stuff. Watch out, we know, we can see it, okay? It's not something that we can't find. So how do you avoid me? How do you get away from Mark? I'm sick of seeing Mark talking right now. I want to get away from him, never see him again. Avoid these things, okay? So if you share or copy or borrow content, like I said, as a reference or whatever it might be, it's a problem. Don't do it. Talk with people, discuss things. Don't hand over any of your content. Protect your files, protect your words. If they see it and they copy it, everyone will be affected, okay? Watch out for that. If you don't actually put references according to APA, and you learned about APA, but there's like no research, but there should be, you use research, but you don't tell anyone, you could be reported to me. Even if you don't mean to, that could be an accident, definitely could be an accident, but you might still be reported for that, okay? In addition to that, if your sources are not so good, you have cited as a source for your information in your essay, your mother, that does not count as an acceptable source. So please be aware you need academic good sources when you're doing your research, okay? Don't take a test outside. I told you that one. Don't leave the room. If you leave the room, that's fine. Don't continue the test. If you do the test outside of a test room, I can't help you. I have to give you a 0 for that. I can't even let you retake it on a different day. I have to give you a 0 for that. Don't do it outside. That's all I ask. I don't like giving zeros in most cases. Sometimes I do, but mostly I don't. So please, 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 don't do that. Okay. All right. And then if you hand in any content from ChatGPT that you did not tell anyone about, you used GPT, but you didn't announce you used GPT, you didn't ask for permission to use GPT, that's the problem. You can use GPT, it's not a problem, if you have two things. One, ask your teacher for permission for each of your assignments. Some assignments you might be able to use GPT, others you cannot. So ask and be clear on the rules for GPT, and if you use it, use references. Done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Then you don't have to worry about me at all, okay? So ask for permission and do the opposite of all I just said, and then you'll be okay, okay? So with that in mind, moving on to a few other things. Group work. You're going to have lots of group work. Everyone look around. Those are your group members, right? You're probably going to have a lot of work with your group members. It happens that sometimes groups do not always pull their weight. One person can do the work of 5. 5 people can do the work of 1, you know, like where one person is not doing anything. If that's happening and there's an imbalance of your work, tell your instructor. Your instructor can then take action, move people around, shift the groups if need be, sort it all out, make sure people are contributing, but ask. If you don't tell anyone, we don't know, okay? So please, please, please let us know. I'm more than happy to help with that, okay? And make sure everything's fair. I don't want the group work to be a problem for you all, okay? All right, so a few other things. I'm going to show you 2 things. Course outline and evaluation timetable. 2 documents that you definitely need in order to, you know, do any of your courses. So here's what a course outline looks like. Course outline looks like that. It is the first page. It tells you what's in the course, what is going to be, what are the assignments, what is an A+, what is an F, what is a D. It shows you here as well. So read through it if you'd like. Every course you have, all of the Moodle pages will have a course outline. If you don't have it, ask your instructor for it, and then they'll get it to you. Same thing about the evaluation timetable. Ask for it, and then you'll get it. If you don't have it yet, but it should tell you all of the dates, the due dates of all of your assignments. So no surprises. We want you to know when everything is due on the first day or second day of your classes. And if you don't get that, ask your instructor again for it. Okay? Please, please, please. Very, very, very important. Okay? My rules, okay, the stuff that I follow is right here. And if you want to read the rules that I follow in order to make my decisions, you can read those as of right now on Moodle. You can visit Moodle right now if you feel like falling asleep. You can read all these policies in a row. But there's the first one that tells you how I make decisions in cheating allegations or any kind of behavior for academic dishonesty. Exams and tests, what to do. The rules are very short for that if you want. That's the quickest one to read. Grade appeals, not related to me. It is a case of you saw a grade you don't like, and you want to fix the grade, you want to adjust the grade because you didn't think it's fair for whatever reason, there's a policy to follow for that. So I encourage you to read it because you might need it. And the last one, of course, is the missed tests and assignments. So that's on all your Moodle pages as well, okay? But if you're looking for these files, head over to Moodle, click on the administration tab at the top there, and then you'll see all the different links available for you, okay? Okay, so last few words of advice, okay? Don't share logins. Don't share your passwords with anyone. You were using a friend's computer, don't save your password on your friend's computer. If anyone has access to your account, the person who is responsible for the account is not me. I will go to bed very well. I will sleep soundly. You will be affected, however. You, however, will probably have a meeting with me, have to explain why are there people in your account taking 5 tests at once. I don't know. But that could happen. Please be careful with that. Don't share your logins at all, okay? Keep your grades confidential. No one has the right to see your grades. Don't force anyone to show you, make you show them their grades, your grades. Oh my goodness, that is a hard sentence to say. You don't have to show anyone anything, okay? It's private between you and the teacher, that's it, okay? And in addition, understand the weight of all your assignments. What is 5% of your grade? What is 25% of your grade? Whatever that is, understand that, and then you're good to go. And of course, don't share personal information online. That's just good advice in general, okay? Last few things. English only in class, it is good practice. That's why I recommend it. If you're looking for practice for English, what better place than your classroom, okay? And then on top of that, attendance is taken in class. International students on a study visa must attend class, and then make sure that you visit Moodle before your class, and of course, be on time, okay? Be on time. Okay, I'm out of stuff. I'm done. I'm outie. What time is it? Oh, God. Any questions? Email me anytime you like, but it was a pleasure presenting in front of you. Now, I'm going to pass it over to the Student Success Team, that's Tutoring Center. They are awesome. They definitely help out in many different things. So thank you for listening. All the best. Enjoy your day. I think I'll be back for Canadian culture if you want to watch that, but otherwise, all the best. Okay, thanks, everyone. Pass it over to who's... oh.
Thank you so much, Mark. Hello, everyone. How are you? How are you? Okay. So my name is Sahil Wadhwa. I'm Student Success Counselor at the Tutoring Center, and today we'll be talking about the academic support. So what we do here is we offer a lot of resources to the students to help them academically in their journey. So you might be facing some issues or anything you want to talk about, you can always refer to the Tutoring Center, and we have a lot of resources to help the students, such as all these resources which we'll be talking about right now in the presentation. So the first thing is academic clubs. Have you guys went to that study room and saw the academic clubs? Okay, so we have academic clubs over there. You can go talk to them. And also right now we have Vice President of CC Club, which is Business Caucus Club, Dhanushki Pereira here. So she's gonna tell you a few words.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Dhanushki Pereira, and I'm the Vice President of the Business Caucus Club, Lambton College, Toronto. So if you are a student of following programs, MMDT, BMHT, FPWT, FSIT, MMPT, BSNT, and BMAT, then Business Caucus Club is your club. So we have a booth today at the study room. You can go to the study room and enroll as a volunteer. But I'll give you a highlight about what is Business Caucus Club. So as you all know, as international students, as Sahil mentioned and as our director mentioned, it's really important to build your network. And where you can start building your network is at the college. So what you can do is you can join our clubs, and we're gonna teach you how to be professional in a work experience, how to behave professionally, and where you can directly face to interviews properly, how to find jobs properly, and how to manage a professional life in Canada. Because as a student, I know it's really hard to find a job soon after you come to Canada. So getting the volunteer experience will enhance your resume. And the best part is, whatever you do at the club, you can include in your resume that you have worked as a president or as a secretary or as a treasurer or as a marketing person in your field. So as a business caucus clubs, if you are a finance person, we have a finance role for you. And if you're a marketeer, we have marketing roles for you. So all you have to do is you can go to the study room and join to the volunteer as a volunteer and get Canadian experience as a volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhanushki. So as you guys can be a part of the club, these clubs are formed by the students themselves. So be a part, become a volunteer, have that experience, Canadian experience, and you can also like help other students, your fellow students, to like through their academic journeys, through different workshops and all those activities which we do in the clubs. So the next part is associations we work with. So our college works with all these associations such as Lardlia, which is for female students, ASQ, North York Community Housing, which is for taxis and housing accommodation, which we had a session today as well. So all these associations our college works with, they are here for the students. You can always reach out to them as well, and they're here to provide their services to you and support to you guys. So the next thing, LinkedIn Learning. So how many students are here on LinkedIn? Okay, quite a few. So if you're not on LinkedIn, I would suggest all of you to get on LinkedIn because it is one of the greatest networking tool we have over here in Canada. So build a network, like talk to the people you think are working in the same field as you guys, in the same companies which you're interested to join. So you can use that to build a network, talk to them, ask them how is their experience and how you can join those companies. So you can use this for your professional growth. LinkedIn is a really great tool for that. Also, LinkedIn Learning is a tool which LinkedIn offers, which we have available for our students free of cost. So we have over 18,000 courses available. So you can go over there, see if you want to take any course which is maybe related to your academics, something you're interested in, or anything you might just need to like know that, okay, how can I learn this? You can go to LinkedIn Learning, see if the course is available and take that course. And once you take the course, there is a certificate which appends to your profile. So anyone can see who visits your profile that, hey, you have done this certificate, you have the certificate, you have done this course. So to join the LinkedIn Learning, you will receive an email in first or second week with the link to how to join. The link is also here. So I would suggest everyone to like not make a second account. You can use your personal account which you're already using to connect with this LinkedIn Learning platform that we have. So you just have to go to the link, sign in with your Microsoft login, which is your student ID, that is C0 studentid@mylambton.ca, and your password, and it will automatically connect you to your personal LinkedIn profile. So the next thing, also recently we won these two awards from LinkedIn, which is Academy Award and the Learning Champion. So we are the topmost organization in North America having the highest number of LinkedIn Learning users across North America. So that's a great achievement. Next thing, mentorship program. So we work with 10,000 Coffees, which is a mentorship platform. So what you can do is, as a student, you can go over there, create an account with your student ID, and it basically helps you match with a mentor. Because you guys are new in a new country, you might have a lot of questions, and like basically career advice or anything, you might need assistance with, you think you need a mentor. So you can go over here, find a mentor, you create a profile, it will ask you what things you are looking for. So that will create a profile and it will accordingly match to those people who are offering those same services. So it will match you and you can ask any questions related to anything you want. So it's a great tool to have. Next is workshop and speaker series. So all those student clubs we have and all those associations, they organize these workshops in the college. So here in the atrium, or some are online as well. So there are a lot of workshops happening all over the year. So throughout the term, you will see a lot of workshops on the Moodle posted. So you can be a part of that if you think a workshop is for you, which we always recommend you guys to join for any extra knowledge and extra skills. And also to build network, because a lot of associations do come to the college, delivering those workshops. So you can join those workshops. Some are like specific to few programs such as APA workshop, Java workshop, Python. Some are just in general, which you can join, such as resume, cover letter. So these workshops keep happening. Make sure you are checking your Moodle every day to be be up to date with which thing is happening when. Next, these are the new tools which we just incorporated, which are VMOOC and Devant. So VMOOC is a tool where you can virtually, AI can assist you with your resume and your interview skills. So VMOOC, when you go to the VMOOC, you can upload your resume and you can put the job description which you are applying for. It will check and tell you if your resume is good for that job. Also, it will suggest you what you can do to improve your resume so that you are more, in the most eligible candidates who are applying for the job. So it can help you build up your resume, and also it can help you with jobs, job interviews. So it's an AI tool. You can have a job interview with AI, and that can tell you what things you can improve, such as eye contact, the way you're speaking, the tone, the speed, anything. So this is a very great tool. And the second is J1, which is a job search tool which you can use. You can go over there. It can help you find the jobs. There are a lot of live sessions also that are happening, Q&A sessions. So that's also one of the great tools. And next is Tutoring Center. So I'll ask my colleague Sakshi to take over.
All right. Thank you, Sahil. Hello, guys. My name is Sakshi. I'm working as a Tutoring Center Operations Coordinator. How are you all today? Just good? Very good. That's it? How are you all? Perfect. So I want to take a moment to thank you for choosing Lambton College for your career, for your future, for your betterment. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm very excited to be a part of your academic journey. So I was also a student in 2019 in fall intake in supply chain management, and now working as an operations coordinator in the tutoring center. So as you guys have already left your home countries, your families, your friends, and you made it here. You came here, and it's not an easy cake. So let's have a big round of applause for all of you guys. Little loud. Should be loud. Perfect. Okay, so there are some services that we are providing, and it's solely free of cost for you guys. As Sahil explained the services to you, I want to introduce peer tutoring to you guys. Peer tutoring, as the name suggests, our peer tutors as your senior tutors, your seniors in the same program, in the same course. If you need any academic assistance from them, they are already available from 9 to 7, Monday to Saturday, 9 to 7. For you guys, I will tell you how to book an appointment, why to book an appointment with them. So as tutoring services, providing one-on-one peer tutoring, group tutoring, and workshops, as Sahil already explained on the workshops or on the speaker series. Peer tutoring, if you guys need any extra academic assistance, if you guys need any help to understand the course curriculum, program curriculum, your PowerPoint presentations, assignments, quiz, and exams, you can book as many sessions as you want, and that's totally free, throughout your course, throughout your program. And in your second semester, after completing your first semester, you can also become academic tutor if you're having GPA more than 3. And you can submit your CV and unofficial transcripts to this tutoring center at sestercollege.com. After finishing your first semester, you will be called for the interview, or you will be emailed for the interview if you guys are interested in this position. And here I'll show you how to book an appointment. Do you guys have access to the Lambton Moodle? Did you guys get your Lambton credentials or not yet? You got it, right? Okay. So when you will log in, you will be here on the home page. Just go to the tutoring center, and then it will take you to this page, Book Now. You will see all the programs here, and then you can see the service providers and their time slots available. This is how you can book an appointment. And same with the WLC, Writing Language Center. If you guys need any assistance with the English reading, writing, and speaking, our English instructors can help you with that as well. So you guys have any questions for me? All good? All right, okay. All right, Sahil. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi. So early intervention is a process that we started in 2018, and as the name suggests, we intervene early. So why do we intervene? Because we see a student is performing low. They might have low attendance, low grades. So we send them a notification email that, hey, your performance is low or your attendance is low. Because sometimes a lot of students do forget that they are here to study, not to just work. They keep on working, going to jobs, shift, money, 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 and they end up failing. So that's why we started this service. We started sending them notification emails that, hey, you are performing low, you have to be attentive to class, you have to come to college, attend the classes. So we started this, when we started this, the failure rate used to be for undergraduate programs 50%. We have been able to, with this service, reduce that to 10%. So that's a great achievement. So like with this early intervention, we have been able to reduce the failure rates. And so you have to make sure that if you receive the email, you can reply to that. If you have any concern, you can also let us know. We can assist you with that. Next, AccuPlacer, this is for undergraduates only. So this is mandatory tutoring we provide to the BSNT CPT students. So we take their English and mathematics checks, and we see that if a student is performing low, we give them the tutoring services for that. So this is basically because we saw that a lot of students are struggling with their English and maths, especially undergraduates. So we provide this resource for those students. WeCare. So have you guys checked your Outlook, your student email that you have been added to MS Teams group, WeCare? Okay. So that is the WeCare group. This is a service we provide to the first-term students because you guys are new to this country. So you might have a lot of questions like how things work around in this country. How can I get student discount? How can I get my bus pass, which is Presto card, or student pass? How can I apply jobs here in Canada? Or something academic, like how can I upload an assignment? Anything. So if any questions you guys have, you can always put those questions in the WeCare group, MS Teams group, and there are volunteers hired who can help you with this. And also there are staff members as well. So if you have any concern, we staff members also can intervene. So any questions you have, you can use the WeCare platform to raise those questions and get solutions. Next, co-curricular record, which is CCR certificate. So all those volunteer opportunities at the college, most of them are CCR certified. So which means you will get this certificate at the end of your volunteering, which has authenticity code over here, your name, your student ID, and all those volunteer experiences which you have in the college. So this basically authenticates your experience over here, which you can use across Canada and show to the employers that, yes, I have the volunteer experience and it's legit. So I encourage all of you guys to take part in volunteering because you guys don't have any Canadian experience as of now. So volunteering is one of the things you can use to get those experiences. Even if you don't have the job, the specific job, you can use volunteering to build your resume, build your professional profile. So you get this certificate at the end, and this you can use across Canada. You can also add it to your LinkedIn and all those platforms that we have. And at the end, I would, any questions for me which I can answer? No? Okay, so this is our contact information. You guys can contact us anytime. So this is our personal emails, and this is the tutoring center email which goes to all of us. And also you can follow us on LinkedIn. This is a link. And our office is situated right above. Go up the stairs on the right, there is our office. So thank you so much, guys. Take care, and welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sahil. So we are going to have a break till 1:30 p.m. And after that, you can come to the atrium to listen to the Canadian culture and immigration support. Or else you can go to the wheel room, which is in the right-hand side for the student service and wellness. Also, same time, you can go to our study room, which is in the left-hand side for clubs, jobs, athletic, and career advising. Also, from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m., FSIT and CPMT can meet their co-op advisors. So thank you so much, and I will see you around 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Microphone? Okay, yeah, it works. Hi, everyone. We're going to be starting again soon for one of our second last sessions. Second last, right? There's like another session after this, but okay, well, we're going to start in a bit. Okay. Hey, oh, wow. Big crowd, big crowd. Huge, huge, huge crowd right now. Okay. Give me a second. All right, so those of you still here with us after a very long and arduous and exhausting full day of orientation events, we have a few more for the day, and I think if you're still sticking around, I think we have some prizes to maybe give out. I don't know if we haven't done that yet, but there's some stuff just to look forward to. But until then, you're stuck with me for 30 minutes. So I'm still Mark Gonzalez. I'm still the Academic Integrity Officer of the college, but we're not talking about academic integrity this time. Something a lot less, well, actually, you know what? No, I was going to say a lot less scary or a lot less, serious, but parts of it can be. So we're going to talk about Canadian culture. Okay, Canadian culture is our next topic. It's going to take you 30 minutes of your time, not very long, but then after that we have immigration, which is going to be very, very helpful for you too, I believe. Okay, so I'm going to try to go through the whole session and talk a bit about things that you might prove useful for you. Let me just make sure that's moving. Is that moving? Yeah, it's moving. Okay, good. Because the Canadian flag made it look like it wasn't actually going anywhere, so I was confused. Anyways, those of you that don't know me, in case you forgot or you weren't at any of my presentations, Academic Integrity Officer here. In addition to academic integrity, I can tell you that my parents are from a country called Trinidad and Tobago. Right? That's where my parents are from. Any fans, anyone around? Anyone from there? No, I never met anyone. No one ever says, yeah, I'm from that place. But the long and short of it is, I was born here. So I was born in Canada, okay? In fact, I was born down the street. There is a hospital right over there, North York General Hospital. That's where I was born, okay? So I was born there, and then I grew up here, and then I just walked down the street and got a job here, right? That's long short. That's how I'm here right now. So I hope to think that maybe I know a bit about Canadian culture. That's why I'm here presenting it, to tell you what you're going to run into when you're in this country, and understand the important thing is a lot of people have done it before you, and so you're not alone in experiencing the stuff you're about to experience. But I'm not sure if in the room here, I'm going to assume, let me ask a question. Let me, just by show of hands. How many people have been here for like the past, let's say, 6 months? Anyone here for 6 months? No, right? A lot less than 6 months. 1 month. Okay, 1 month. Okay. Okay, all right. 2 days? 1 or 2 days within the past week? You're kind of showing up, right? Like it's like brand new, okay? So a lot of you are coming in, you haven't been here before, and now you're going to start a whole life here. That is a massive undertaking. That is a huge thing to do, and it's easier said than done. I think that's the best way to describe it. Easier said than done. So you're going to run into a lot of people from Canada, in Canada, called Canadians, and we have a way about us so that I want to show you what that is, what to expect when you interact with us, so that it doesn't make it uncomfortable, or it makes it less uncomfortable for you because you know what to expect in these situations. So I think there are many things. We start by, here's Toronto, here's the place, here's where you live, here's our fantastic, beautiful city with that huge, massive tower there next to the Rogers Center where all of our sports occurs. Okay, that's great. So what? Like, what does it matter? That's not culture. Like, it's part of us, but it's not the stuff that'll get you by in a day-to-day. What about, we have a definition of culture. Does that help you? It's the kind of, let me just read it for you. Webster's defines culture as the attitudes, feelings, values, and behavior. I don't feel like saying that. Okay, that's stuff. That's a definition. Okay, do you feel better now? You understand Canadian culture now? Probably not. Okay, how about this stuff? How about these things? Here's some Canadian stuff. Okay, you might encounter these things at a gift shop in the whole area, like for tourism. We love to give you these things. Maple Leafs. We have a beaver here. Happy little character up here is a beaver. We've got an elk. Any fans of elk? Who likes elk? No? Okay, well, that's an elk. You got a bear. You got skating. You have all kinds of stuff. But does that help you in a regular day-to-day lifestyle in Canada? Probably not. I don't think so. We're more than that. Just like I assume if I were to go to your countries, you're a lot more than just the basic stuff that people might know about you. So what we're going to cover today is much more than this stuff, hopefully more useful to you than this stuff. And we're going to try to break through some of the general stereotypes that we have of Canadians. And you're probably going like, what is going on right here? What is this stuff? What is happening? I don't understand what I'm seeing. My eyes work, but they're not understanding what this is. There's a rainstorm, okay? The rainstorm, those of you not from winter weather places, the rainstorm, the rain melted, right? Okay, a little, maybe the snow melted a bit, but then froze over the entirety of the car. Then you pull your window down, which works, but there's still a window of ice. So you can crack right through that, right? You can just bust right through it. So that's what's happening here. Of course, he's reaching for none other than the cup of Tim Hortons, which he or she definitely needs to get through their day. Who doesn't? I don't. Honestly, I don't really go much there. But people in Canada love Tim Hortons. If you turn your head, you're probably going to find a Tim Hortons somewhere. Oh, look, there's Tim Hortons. People, I didn't plan this, but there's a Tim Hortons cup right here, okay? In fact, there's a literal Tim Hortons on the corner of one of the buildings over there. We have a Tim Hortons on campus, right? So they're everywhere, just so as you know. That can help you get by in a day, in Canada. But let's talk about a few things. We're going to talk about a different thing. We're going to give you a scenario, okay, a situation. Okay, you're walking through the hallway. You are minding your own business. In comes a teacher. The teacher's holding a bunch of papers. You accidentally, through no fault of anyone's, you bump into the teacher. Maybe, let's say it's your fault. It's your fault. You bump into the teacher, right? Teacher knocks down. All their papers fall down on the ground. Naturally, I think you'd probably apologize, right? You'd say, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for that. Okay, but what is the teacher going to do? Are they going to get very angry and be like, what did you just do? Oh, my goodness. Are they going to fight you? What's going to happen? What's going to happen next? You know what's going to happen next is the teacher is going to apologize to you. They're going to say, sorry. Sorry. No. You're sorry. No, I'm sorry, right? We like to beat each other. Who says sorry more? But we enjoy saying sorry in Canada. It is one of our favorite words next to thank you, okay? Thank you and sorry. I know people who start phone calls, and the first thing they say on the phone call, doesn't matter who it is, mother, dentist, who cares? Hi, sorry, I'm here to talk about so-and-so. And there's, sorry I'm calling you, right? Like, I apologize for the inconvenience of the phone call. But yeah, that's how they start all their conversations. Sorry is something we love to say. Please, sorry, thank you. 1, 2, 3. The trifecta of words for Canadians, okay? We like those words. We enjoy to say them. And you'll hear them a lot in many different situations that they're not even appropriate. So they're free. They're free. They cost nothing. So feel free to use them as much as you like. Please, thank you, and sorry, right? Okay, so we like to be polite. Politeness is important to us. It's kind of, how should I describe it? Being polite is respect, even if you're not even sure what the situation you're in. So the more politeness you have, the better for you, right? You're showing a sign of respect there. We like the diversity. I can probably guess between the amount of people in here, the amount of languages is more than maybe 5 or 10 in this room, okay? We like that. It helps that this city, Toronto, is very, very, very diverse. Different parts have different cultures in it. You can walk down the street and run into all kinds of different types of even cuisine, as a good example of different foods you're going to run into, right? We like that diversity. Very, very good for us. I love it. I think it's great. Egalitarian. I'm the academic integrity officer, so if you don't know what egalitarian means, it's fine. I'll tell you. It's a secret. It's not a secret. It just means being fair, right? Rules apply to everyone the same. No one is better than someone else. No one has special treatment, okay? I hope not. In a perfect Canadian society, they don't. Very tolerant of different cultures. We like to embrace them. Lots of different events here that we have on campus even of different cultural events. We like to embrace that stuff. It's very fun when you see it. And we're so famous for being humble. We're probably like the best at being humble. We're like really, really good at it, right? Really good at being humble. It's not an example. I'm just telling you that we kind of like being humble. Some of us do. I don't personally, but a lot of us do. But anyways, let's talk about more than just that. Let's talk about your body language in a conversation, in a situation, okay? Body language is more important in many cases than the words you say. It's how you say it and how you look when you're saying it that can impact how someone feels about what you just said, okay? And let's just start with how you stand when you're having a conversation and what kind of messages you give off when that happens. First of all, uncross your arms when you're talking to someone. Now, normally when I say this, there are people in the audience with arms crossed, and then they instantly do this, right? And they just kind of uncross just because they're worried. I can see your hands. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. You're good. It's more of a conversation situation, right? Crossing your arms during the conversation, not so great. Another thing that's not so great during a conversation is things like hands in your pockets, which is something that my mom hates. And anytime I did it, as a kid, she would not continue the conversation until I took my hands out of my pockets and then said the same thing. Hey, Mom, I have a question for you. And then silence. Hey, Mom, I have a question for you. Oh, yes, sure. Well, go ahead. What was the question? Like, that's how it was. So hands out of pockets when you're talking to someone. Uncross your arms when you're talking to someone. Those are good things to keep in mind. Very bright sun today. Maintain eye contact, but within reason. I have been looking at you while I'm presenting because, you know, I'd like to look at the audience while I'm speaking. But if, for example, I were to make sustained, prolonged eye contact with a person and just kept looking at them, they might feel uncomfortable by the situation. I don't know if this is an example or not, but yeah, I'm not blinking anymore. Did you notice I'm not blinking, right? It's weird, okay? So within reason, don't look down at your shoes, look at the person, and then maybe, you know, blink once or twice during the conversation and you're good, okay? So a few things to keep in mind. The most important thing on this slide to mention, though, is the personal space. So you might find you're having a conversation with a person, and this is not an offense to you, but you're talking to them, and they just kind of step back. They just take a step back. I do this all the time, and I don't know it until it happens, but someone will even come into my office. I'm sitting in a chair. They sit down. They start talking to me, and I just kind of roll the chair back a bit. I don't mean any offense there, but I like to have that distance between me and the person I'm talking to. That might happen with your instructors. It might occur, okay? So don't be offended by it. You don't smell. It's just that it's just it's just you want that space. So if you're trying to, let's say, okay, a good way to think of it is, if you're within distance to comfortably hug the person with no issue, you're too close. If you have to reach and stretch and you can't get them, that's a good distance for a conversation, okay? So personal space is good. I think the next slide I'm going to tell you is going to say the same stuff that I just said. So a few things I added in here after COVID. Handshakes are back. You can handshake again. Okay. However, once your handshake is done, so is all other physical contact, right? You don't have to be like, hey, man, what's up, and start punching him, and kicking and whatever. I don't know if you would kick someone but during a conversation, but don't do that. Less physical contact, the better. Handshake is plenty. Firm handshake is good. Do not, of course, destroy someone's hand because that's what they don't want that to happen. So just, you know, normal, you know, just shake. Good. Let go. Proceed. Smiling is good. Not too much smiling because that makes you look crazy. Also, another one to mention is the first names. Surprise, surprise. Sir, madam, professor, teacher. These are okay words, but they're not encouraged. And I would tell you right now, use your teacher's first name. I taught here for, I think, 7 or so years before I switched over to catching cheaters. But before that, I was a teacher. And not once did I ever tell anyone to use my last name, Mr. Gonzalez, Professor Gonzalez, Sir, Madam, none of those, right? None of those for me. Mark. Mark is the answer. So your instructors would expect this as well. First name, whatever I was going to say, call them Mark, but that's not what I want to say. Call them the name that they are given, whatever that is, okay? So use first names during conversation. Don't worry about the professors and sirs and stuff like that. And yeah, personal space, that's what I just said. Okay, so I'm going to give you another test. This one's a fun one. I like this test. Okay. You are walking down the street. We have a sign. The sign is one of those not a good time to cross signs. You have, like, let's say a few seconds left. You have options. You could bolt down the street. You could run. You can, like, I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. Or you could be like, I'm going to wait. I got to wait now for the whole light to go around again and then turn onto a walk. I could do that. So let's just take a quick vote. Who would wait until the next light before they walk? We have one person who would wait. Who would run, like, be like, beat the light, I can beat it, I can make it, I can make it, honestly, I can make it this time, I know I can. Who would do that? Who would beat the light? Beat the light. Beat the light? Be honest. None of you would beat the light? Really? Yeah? Oh, okay, thank you for your honesty, I appreciate it. We have one definitely, yeah, I would definitely beat that light, I could make it, for sure. What I will tell you, on the most part, yes, I think the people that don't beat the light, that's probably the case. Just because we like to follow rules, right? We're rule followers. We enjoy following rules. Who doesn't love following rules? Especially not me. I'm the academic integrity officer. I have to follow rules. So rule following is always good. The not a good time to cross sign is not a good time to cross for a few reasons. You know who else is trying to beat the light? Everyone in a vehicle. Everyone operating a vehicle is going to try to beat that light. And if they have to make a left turn and you have to cross the street, who's going to win? Car, human. Car, human. I don't know. I can name probably 3 people I know in my life who have been hit by a car. All of whom, luckily, they're alive. But they were all trying to beat a light. Okay? So I encourage you not to do that. That's just a side little thing I pop in. But let's see. I'll give you another one. Okay, you're at the grocery store. Okay? Forget. You've crossed the street successfully. Congratulations. You've made it across the street. Now you're at the grocery store. And now you're trying to unload your groceries from the buggy, the shopping cart that you were using, right? Okay. Groceries unloaded. You're done. Now you have this buggy. You could push the buggy all the way back to the buggy return to get your 25 cents back. Or you could say, well, it's 25 cents. I'll just leave it here, get in my car, and drive away. It's a victimless crime. Who's going to catch you for leaving a buggy around, right? What does it matter? So who would leave the buggy? Who would leave the buggy, get in their car, and drive away? Thank you. We got one person who would leave that buggy, and I assure, by the amount of times I've been to Walmart where this happened, I assure you there are probably more of you that would leave the buggy. I have maybe once or twice left the buggy. No, that's not even true. I would put the buggy back. I always put the buggy back, right? 100%. I will always put the buggy back. If there's a buggy, a fun fact, this is not fun, this is kind of pathetic, but when I was younger, my mom would take me to the airport. We would see my dad off on a plane or something. Then she'd be like, you know what you could do for fun? Return buggies. Go grab buggies and return them. I would make like $50 off of carts at the airport because it was like $1 back then, and that was like a lot of money as a kid because, I don't know why I told you that story, but long story short, we like to follow the rules, so we like to push the buggy back where it is. Yeah, that's us Canadians. We are boring people, but anyways, moving right on. So, what do we have here? Moving on to the other stuff. We want to make sure that we're following rules, we're punctual. I started my presentation today. It was set for 1:30. Of course I started at 1:32, but I was very close to being on time. And I was kind of like waiting for everyone else to get ready. It was not my fault, it was some other people's fault, but punctual is good. If your class starts at 8 o'clock, you should be there at what time, right? Of course, 7:30, right? Yeah, no, not quite 7:30, but yeah, like 10 to 8 would be good. Earlier than the time is great. It shows respect for the person's time and your time and everyone's time, so it's great for that. You want to follow all the rules that everyone has. Wherever you find rules, to follow them. I'm the person who's in charge of the academic rules, so of course I'm going to tell you follow rules. Why wouldn't I, right? Because that's like my job. And yeah, don't litter. Most important rule. Most important advice for the entire day that you've been here, don't litter. That's also very, very, very important. Okay, so I think we're coming up to the very important thing related to communication. After that, the kind of scary stuff. So I think this is a bit softer. One thing about communication is English, so important. Like I mentioned earlier, there are probably more than 5 or more languages in this room alone, okay? So what happens when I'm speaking English? Your teachers are speaking it. It is basically, the official language that we're dealing with in the college and country and stuff. So if you choose a different language in the room, you've now cut out a piece or a group in the class. It could be a small group, could be a big group, whoever, but you've removed people from the conversation, either by accident or on purpose, whatever it is. It shows like, well, I don't want that person to participate in the conversation, which is not that fun. But here's another thing. I'm probably going to bet money that you're all international students, in which case perhaps you're at a different country where English is not as popular of a speaking language. So where is the best place you can find to practice your English? The school, right? The school. You're going to probably go home, maybe call your family on Skype. Do people use Skype anymore? Should call people on Instagram? I don't know. What do you kids use now for communication? But you would call someone and then talk in a different language other than English. So here is your chance to use it. Here's your chance to practice it. So use it whenever you can, okay? And as an ESL instructor, I must tell you that because that's how I live my life. If you have disagreements, they will happen. You're having groups, you're having teachers you might disagree with. Tact diplomacy. Be kind of nice about it is kind of important, right? Don't pick the fight, look for a resolution. That's the important thing for any kind of disagreement. Interruptions. Don't talk over someone, let them finish talking. Don't say, yeah, my turn. Don't do that. Just let them complete their task. And then please and thank you, of course, very, very important. And nonverbal, cross arms or, whatever, that kind of stuff. So I think one more thing, listen. Be sure you listen. No means no. No doesn't mean I should probably ask later, or maybe they didn't hear me, I should ask louder and more often. No, that's not your solution. No means no, right? Just remember that. Your teachers might tell you no. Take that no and move on. And also remember how you're speaking. Fast, slow, very quick through a sentence, very angry through a sentence. Your tone matters, okay? All right. We talked about how you should behave. Now, let's talk about what you're going to go through while you're here, okay? Those of you that have been here for about a month or so, that's great. Those of you that haven't, that's great. But here's what's going to happen when you're in this country. Those of you that have never lived elsewhere other than your home country, you're going to run into something called culture shock. Culture shock is not always a fun thing. And this is the thing that we want to tell you about because we want you to know that it happens, it exists, it's going to happen maybe to you. And if you can prepare for it, and if you know what you're going through, it's easier to manage. If this is all a surprise to you, then you might feel a little bit weird. But here's what happens to you. There are three phases to it. Honeymoon is the first one, then your resistance, then your acceptance. Kind of like a marriage. Kind of like a marriage in many ways. Not that I'm married, but I'm just saying it's kind of like it. Starting with the honeymoon phase, here's what's going to happen. You're all probably in it right now. Everything is new. Everything is different. Everything is an exciting journey through all kinds of stuff. Tim Hortons, oh my gosh. Triple mocha, choco, whatever beverage they have. That's crazy. I don't have that in my country. Cool. Lots of different stuff you don't have in your country. That's great. It's very exciting to start with. And yeah, that goes away, right? That's what I can tell you. It goes away. Next after that is the resistance. And the way that I describe this to most students is imagine that you are watching a movie based on a book. You read the book yourself, then you're watching the movie, then you're seeing stuff, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not like in the book. It's different than what I read in the book. And that happens. Imagine that's your life. Imagine that's your whole life. There's food. You know this food, but it tastes weird. It's not like it back home. There's a McDonald's here. The McDonald's doesn't even taste like the McDonald's I have back home. Everything around you is different, and you start to notice that difference. Not only that, but you start to get sick. It's like flu season in September, October, November. You might actually physically get sick in addition to being literally homesick. So all of that comes together, and you're like, oh, I hate this place. I can't stand this place. This is the worst place ever. Why did I even make this decision? That might happen to you. And depending on the severity of it, it depends on how you handle that before you get to the next phase. If you can appreciate those differences, you understand, okay, yes, the McDonald's is different than back home, but no, that's fine. That's fine. No problem. Okay? If you can appreciate the differences and understand that they're not the same, then you can kind of forgive it, and you can move on and enjoy your life here, and remember and enjoy your life back home. Okay? But it might happen to you that stage 2 is going to be prolonged. And if it is, just remember that there are avenues in place. Don't forget these people, your friends, your family, also us. Faculty is here. They understand what you're going through. We've seen it happen all the time. And student services is here to help you too. So if you don't have those friends and family, you're on your own here, hard to get in touch with them, well then reach out to us. We don't want you to be alone in this. And we've seen it happen before where people come to us for these things. And it gets better if you give it time. That's all. That's all I ask. Okay? We're not all bad over here in Canada, and I hope you do enjoy your time, right? Okay, great. So, now that we've done all that, Moodle. Culture's out of the way. Gone. Okay, Moodle time. I want to show you a few things about Moodle. Moodle is your lifeline for the college. So I do want to put this into the same session so that you have this information. So Moodle will have a lot of content. You should probably have access to Moodle right now. I'm just going to show you a few things here in terms of logging in. So you log in through your login page. That's what it looks like on Moodle. And then you have a regular Moodle page. This is your home page. I'm going to circle a few things. The top bar that you see circled, I know you can't read that, but all the important tabs are there. Student services is there. Administration, the policies are there. All that good stuff is up here. You're looking for something, you'll find it up there, okay? Okay, the sidebar, news. If you're missing news, you saw news on the middle, but it disappeared, you can look for it here. You can type in keywords, look for it there. And then events that might occur, you'll see them there as well. But on top of that, there's another thing you could do. Well, two other things. One is the job board. Looking for jobs here. You see some volunteers walking around here with little badges on them. Where did they find those? Right? So take a peek if you're interested. That's how you guys found it, right? Job board. Right, okay. I thought I was making that up, but that sounds right. Yeah, so job board, that's how you find it there. On top of that, you have as well your calendar. The cool thing about the calendar, any tests and assignments for any classes, they show up in your calendar. Events on campus, they show up on your calendar. So, two things that you could benefit from. If you use the Moodle app on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store, I think that's what it's called. But yeah, you can get the Moodle app. The Moodle app, if you have it on your phone and you log in and you punch in the school's URL right here, the highlighted, the yellow one, you can get notifications, push notifications when you have events on campus, when you have assignments assignments due, and when you have like replies to discussion forums. All that stuff can go to your phone. So that might help you out as well. So I encourage you, if you want, download the app, find it on whatever app store you have, and then browse. So check that out whenever you like. And then after that, that's what a regular page looks like. You click on one of the top bar, and it shows you all the different things it has access to. Scroll down more, you'll find the links and such. So as an example, here is the policies page. Policies because I love policies. I think I told you guys about policies in my academic integrity session. But all of these policies are available for you to read at any time. Just check them out. Click on the link, visit that, and you're good to go. Okay? All right. So with that being said, two more things. I think I'm nearly done. I promise I'm nearly done. The last thing I want to show you about is the evaluation timetable. Okay? This is your lifeline for your due dates. It tells you when everything is due. If you don't have it, I think I said this before, 1 to 2 days of class without the evaluation timetable, ask for it from your instructor. Get it. If you don't have it, you'll never know when stuff is due. That's a bigger problem than anything else. Okay, so you're going to miss assignments if you don't have this. Make sure you get it from your teacher. They're supposed to give it to you. So it should be there for you. If you're missing it, let us know. All right? Okay, great. So I'm out of things to say. I think I've spoken. Oh my gosh, I'm like right on time. It's like 2 o'clock. I'm supposed to pass it over. I am like 30 seconds ahead of time. So what should I do for 30 seconds? I can't juggle. I can't really do it. I'm out of stuff. But it was really great talking to you all. I really appreciate it coming out here. And if you stick around for longer, you're probably going to win some kind of prize or play a game, I think. So please do. And yeah, all the best. I wish you the most success in your studies. If you have any questions, be sure to reach out to me or anyone else. I'm more than happy to do so. But yeah, take it easy. And I'm walking away now. I'm going to drop the mic and just walk. No, that's not true. Okay, thanks, everyone. Bye. We have our immigration specialist, which is Zoe, which is right here. And Zoe is ready to go. Come on down, Zoe. We have a presentation microphone to pass to you. Here you go.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Zoe. I am an immigration consultant. So in the next few minutes, we are going to dive into some essential immigration aspects for your journey here, from study permit to work permit, from your visa to some frequently asked questions of international students. We're going to look into those problems, and our hope is at the end of this session, you will have a clear view of the Canadian immigration system, and hopefully you will have a smoother transition into your student life here in Canada. Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is immigration compliance. So immigration compliance meaning that you must comply with the immigration laws here in Canada. As an international student, you have several responsibilities to keep in mind during your time here so that your status is not jeopardized. Complying with immigration laws and regulations and maintaining your full-time student status is your responsibility. So remember that you are in charge, so be responsible for yourself. It is kind of challenging and complicated to understand a new country's immigration regulations. You can find the most accurate and up-to-date information on this website. It is the Immigration Refugee Citizenship Canada website, IRCC website. So if you want to do any kind of application, you will find the complete application guide, application package, and guidance and news and temporary policies on this website. And it is all for free. For immigration, you may hear stories like, I've heard something my friend told me, I've heard something that my relative told me, but it is always important to check the most up-to-date information on this website because the immigration laws, regulations can sometimes change. For example, if there's a temporary public policy just released, your friend, your relatives, or former students, they don't know about it. You need to check it on the official website. And sometimes it's difficult to understand the regulation or policy, so we're here to help. The college offers immigration advice, the free guidance for our international students. You can see our email address on this slide. It's immigrationaccess.college.com. If you have any kind of question, just send us an email. If you want to meet us in person, you can visit us during our office hour, or you can find us online. On the Moodle page, you will find a link and the schedule, so you can join in during the immigration hours. And as international students, there are some documents that are super important to you. The first is your travel document, that is your passport. If your passport is going to expire during your study here, you need to renew your passport because all of your important immigration documents will expire at the same time as your passport. So if your passport is going to expire, renew the passport first. The renewal can take up to 2 or 3 months, so always plan ahead. And then you will need to renew all your immigration documents. So you need to prepare enough time before your status expire. And then study permit is your status document. You will need this study permit to prove that you are an international student in Canada and you can legally study here. If your study permit is expired, you cannot study, you cannot work, maybe you need to leave the country. So always keep your study permit valid. And then temporary resident visa and the ETA, that is your entry document, meaning that if you want to, for example, leave the country or you want to come to Canada again or for the first time, you need a valid TRV or ETA, depending on the country of origin. It is suggested that you keep a valid TRV or ETA all the time, but if it is expired, but you remain in the country, it's fine. You don't need to renew it as long as you don't leave the country. And check your primary immigration documents. Make sure everything is correct. So if something's wrong on it, there's a mistake, for example, they spelled your name wrong or they make a mistake in the gender or nationality, you need to change those information. And the information on your immigration document should be exactly the same on your passport. So if you change the personal information, for example, because of marriage, you change the name, you will need to renew your passport and then apply for new immigration documents, including study permit and visa. If your document is lost, what can you do? You can ask IRCC to replace the document for you. So it is also very important to keep electronic version of your document. If you haven't done so, please take a photo of your documents or scan your like papers or make a copy of it in case you lose the document or the documents get destroyed. Then let's look into those documents one by one. The first is study permit. So the study permit, again, a status document. You need it to legally study in Canada. And take a look at your study permit. There should be some conditions on it. And one important condition is the working condition. You may say, may accept employment or may work up to 20 hours. If you do not have those working conditions on your study permit, you may not be able to work as an international student. So a lot of you may already know that as an international student, you can work during your study here. That is great, but if you don't have that work condition, you cannot work. So what can you do? If you are eligible and you do not have those kind of conditions, you can ask IRCC to add it. You will need to do an amendment, and the amendment can take, I just checked, it takes 8 weeks. So apply as soon as possible if it's necessary. Also, your study permit outlines the condition of your stay in Canada. It means as an international student, you must actively pursue study. Even if for example, your study permit is valid until 2025, if you dropped out of the college, if you stopped studying, maybe your study permit will automatically become invalid. So to be an international student in Canada, meaning that you should be enrolled in every semester at the college, and you should actively pursue your study and make reasonable progress toward the completion of your study. And for example, if you are thinking of dropping a course, if you are thinking, I want to be a part-time student for this semester, you need to think twice before you make those kind of important decisions because there will be consequences. For example, you will lose your legal status as an international student. You cannot study, you cannot work, you may be asked to leave the country. But if something happens, for example, if it's a medical condition, if it's a family emergency, you have to stop studying for 1 semester. You can do that, but you will need to talk with the college first, consult with an immigration consultant, and talk to our student advisor to make sure there are no like devastating consequences on your status before you actually stop studying. For study permit, check the expiry date. How many of you now actually know the expiry date of your study permit? So you need to remember it by heart, mark it on the calendar if it's necessary. If it's going to expire, you need to extend it. And the extension application can take 2 or 3 months. So it is always a good habit to plan everything ahead of time. And your study permit will expire 90 days after you complete your program. So, for example, if your program is going to end in April 2026 and your study permit is valid until April 2026, you may want to extend it. The reason for that is you will need enough time to apply for another status after graduation. So if you do not have a valid study permit at the time of graduation, there might cause some troubles. If you need to extend your study permit, check your passport first. You need a new passport to do that because all your immigration documents, the length of your immigration document will not exceed the length of your passport. And temporary resident visa or ETA. If you are from a visa requested country, you need a temporary resident visa. If you are from a visa exempt country, you need an ETA to come into Canada. It is your entry document. You will need those kind of documents when you leave the country and then come back. As an international student, can you travel the answer is yes. You can travel internationally. You can went to I don't know France shopping, or you can go home and visit your family and friends. It's all okay. But at the time of returning at the border, the CBSA officer will ask for your documents. You will need to prove them that you have a valid passport and a valid TRV to come back. And you may encounter some questions, but those important documents are the crucial one for your enter. And you can use your TRV until the expiry date. It's unlike the study permit. It will not automatically become invalid. You can use it as long as it's valid, printed on that visa. And another thing is, some of you may have S1 visa, some of you may have W1 visa, some of you will have SW1. No matter what type it is, as long as it's valid, you can use it. So studying in Canada is more than academic. If you want to work in Canada, good news is, yes, you can do that. You can find great job opportunities. You can earn extra money by working as an international student. But before you accept any kinds of employment, please verify your authorization to work. Can you legally work in Canada? There are different kinds of work. There are on-campus work, off-campus work, and work for your co-op term, and work after graduation. For on-campus and off-campus work, you do not need a document to prove that. You do not need to apply for additional permit. Your study permit is actually give you the authorization to work. But you will need that work condition on your study permit to do so. And you also need to be a full-time student to work. So if you become a part-time student, you cannot work off campus. As an international student, it is always the most important thing to do is study. And the co-op placement. If you have the co-op in your program, you must have a co-op work permit to start that term. So if you don't have a co-op work permit, if you didn't receive that at the airport, you will need to apply as soon as possible. I would suggest you apply right now because the processing is super lengthy. It take up to 5 to 6 months. So you can apply now. It will be given to the same expiry date as your study permit. And working after graduation, if you want to become an international worker after you graduate from this college, you will need a post-graduation work permit to do so. Then, how many hours can you work as an international student? If the application associated with your current study permit was submitted after October 7th, 2022, you can only work 20 hours per week during regular semester. So do not exceed that hour limit. It will cause you trouble in your future application. It's not worth it. But during the breaks, for example, the holidays and the reading weeks, you can work full-time. And by full-time, there is no hour limitation as long as it's legal. If you work on campus, meaning if your employer is the college, you can work on time, full-time all the time. And during authorized break, you are not allowed to work. Then what is authorized break? It means besides the scheduled break printed in your program map, you ask for additional break because of some personal reason. If the college approves your request for additional break, it's authorized break. But in authorized break, you cannot work. Co-op work permit. Here's an example of the co-op work permit. Again, you will need that document in hand before you start your co-op term. And you can see that the employer here is Lambton College. It can be open, it can be other, it can be left blank. And even if there's in the condition saying you cannot work for other employers unless stated in this permit, you can actually work for any employer that is approved by our co-op program. And the location on this work permit can be Toronto, can be Sarnia, sometimes it's other, sometimes it's open. It is all okay. As long as the information is in additional information section, you can use that co-op work permit. But if there is some condition in the remarks or the condition, for example, you see you can only work for Toronto employers. In your remarks or conditions, you cannot use as work permit to work for other employers. You may need to remove that condition, and you can do that by ask IRCC to amend your document. It's another amendment. Okay, post-graduation work permit. If, for example, you are looking for opportunities to Canadian permanent residency, you will need a valuable Canadian work experience. And to get that, you will need to have a post-graduation work permit after graduate from this college. Any student work experience, meaning that you work on or off campus, you work for your co-op employment, you cannot use those kind of work experience in Express Entry Canadian Experience Class application. So PGWP is important, but not everyone is eligible. If you failed to maintain a full-time student status, you may not be eligible for PGWP. So follow the program map, complete the program as it's supposed to be, and maintain your GPA so you can successfully graduate from this college so that you will be eligible for this valuable PGWP. And as an international student, you can invite your family members to work or visit you in Canada. If you are a full-time student at Lambton College, your spouse or common law partners can apply for spousal open work permit to work in Canada. And that is an open work permit, meaning that they can work for any kind of employment. But you will need to be a full-time student. If you become part-time student, your spouse or common law partners cannot apply for that open work permit. And if you want to invite your family members, for example, your parents, your siblings, your children, you can apply for their status as well. For example, if you want to invite your parents to visit you, you can apply for a visitor visa for them. Their application will be accessed on their merit, meaning that they still have to provide proof of their family ties, their financial capabilities, but you will be able to help them with providing letter of invitation. You can write a letter, and how to write a letter, you can find it on IRCC website. So in their application, they can attach a letter from you, and you can also provide your study permit, your enrollment letter, your transcript as additional proof of your status. So just to wrap it up, as an international student, always comply with the regulations and the policy. Getting information from official source. Do not, hear stories from unprofessionals. If you want to get advice from other people, always find an expert to do so. You can consult a lawyer, you can consult immigration consultant, or our regulated student immigration advisor. And plan ahead and have your documents in order. This is important. Just make a copy of your important documents in case accident happens. And know the expiry date of your documents. Extend your documents before it's expire. For example, if your, let's say, if your study permit is going to expire on April 30th, 2026, let's say, and you apply to extend your document on May the 1st, exactly the next day after the expiration, you will not be able to work or study. You will have to wait until you get a new document to resume study. So to avoid any interruption in your study, do the extension as soon as possible if it's necessary. Yeah, Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do you have any questions? Okay, okay. So welcome again, and nice meeting you.
Okay, so next we're gonna have a small break till 2:45 p.m. But before that, I'd like to give you a small announcement. So MMDT and FSQT, you have co-op advisors on 126 and 127. But till that, I would like to give you a small tip as a student at Lambton College. So we have student ambassadors all over. So what you can do is you can talk with them and find whether they are from your program and ask what's their experience about the classes, about the professors, whether they found a co-op or not, and what was the struggle they have faced when finding a co-op. So get that experience because you might not get this opportunity again after you started your classes. And also you can ask more details about the program, the courses, how to study maybe, how to grade, because you have to get 2.8 above GPA, which is quite easy, but you can get tricks from them how to get that GPA. And if there's anyone from MMDT, if you want to know about your program, you can contact me because I'm from the MMDT program, okay? So till 2:45, you can have your break, and then you can go to your program advisors. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everybody. You're all here for Canadian culture? All of you guys? All right. You guys in the back, you here for Canadian culture? No? Just hanging out? All right. Awesome. So anyway, my name is Colin, and I'm here for your Canadian culture presentation. And just a little bit about you guys. Where are you all from? The Philippines. All right. The Philippines. Anyone else? Peru? Peru? Awesome. Anywhere else? Where are you guys from? Nepal? Awesome. What about you? Nepal? Nepal as well. Awesome. Okay. Cool. A little bit of a smaller crowd, but lots of different countries already. You guys want to guess where I'm from? Where am I from? No, not Canada. United States, very good. Good guess. Yes, I am not Canadian. I am American. So I came here on a student permit, just like you guys, and I now have my PR. I got it in June, so that all worked out for me. So I was in a very similar situation you guys were in 5 years ago when I came here to study. I came to University of Toronto, but I was on a study permit, did the whole thing, so I know what it's like to be an immigrant in a new country. And as similar as the US and Canada may seem, there are many differences, and I'll get to that in a little second. But we're here to talk about culture. So what is culture? What do you think? Anyone have a definition for culture? No? Traditions? Yeah, traditions. Anything else? What other than tradition? Ways of living, yep. Values, language, food, right? That's one of the things a lot of immigrants tell me in Canada. The thing that shocks them the most is the food, right? The food is very different from their home country. But I have a little formal definition of culture up here. It's the attitudes, feelings, values, and behavior that characterize and inform society as a whole or any social group within it, right? Very formal definition, but really touches upon many of the things we talked about, like tradition, language, the attitudes and ideas that people have about things, ways of life, right? So we're here to talk about Canadian culture, and on the screen here you can see a lot of stereotypical Canadian things. Maple syrup, big animals like moose and elk, ice skating, Toronto, Quebec, beavers. Beavers are the national animal of Canada. And also up here in the top right corner you see A, right? Because Canadians might say something like, oh, how you doing, eh? Right? Oh, nice weather, eh? That's something that's stereotypically Canadian, right? But we're going to talk a little bit more deeply about culture and sort of the culture that you guys are coming into, because we're all immigrants in this room, right? And we're coming from our home cultures to Canada. We're experiencing a foreign culture. So this is not glass, that's ice. So what happens sometimes in the winter in Canada, it might rain, and then overnight it freezes. So you roll your window down and there's still a sheet of ice. So this person is punching through the ice. Please don't try punching through glass, you're gonna hurt yourself. But what else is he getting? What is he getting in his hand? Tim Hortons, right, and you would have seen many Tim Hortons all over the place. We have Tim Hortons on campus. The building next door, building A265, there is a Tim Hortons on the first floor of that building. So just something to be aware of. So we're gonna have a couple of scenarios throughout the presentation. So this is our first scenario. You are walking through the hallway, you're on your way to class, you're in a bit of a rush, and you bump into one of your instructors, and she's carrying a ton of papers, and the papers just go flying all over the place, all over the floor. So what happens? Well, you'd apologize, right? That's just the decent thing to do, but then what happens? Well, yeah, you'll help her pick up the papers, but she'll apologize too. So Canadians are unfailingly polite. They are unapologetically polite. They will say sorry even if something isn't their fault. And my friend Mark, if you guys were in the academic integrity presentation, you would have seen Mark. Mark told me he has a friend. Every time she answers the phone, she says, "Hello, sorry." She starts everything she says by saying sorry. So Canadians will say sorry for everything, even if it's just nothing that needs to be apologized for. And that's something that shocked me at first, right? So I was just like, why are all these people apologizing to me? But that's just the way Canadians are. Canadians are unfailingly polite, ethnically diverse. In Toronto, and you just look around the room, you're going to meet people from all over the world. It's a very diverse city. Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world. An egalitarian society, everyone's equal, no matter where they're from, their gender, all these sorts of things. And they're tolerant of cultural and social differences, which is why there's so many people from different cultures here. And Canadians are also renowned for their humility, right? They tend to be humble, a little more reserved, and like I said, polite. Well, what does this mean for us, right? We're coming into this new culture. Well, just some things we want to keep in mind when we're interacting, especially with our instructors, right? When you are talking with your instructors, and you can see me, we're sort of in a professional environment, you want to just make sure you're a little open, right? Just try not to have your arms crossed or your hands in your pockets. That's a bad habit that I have. My hands sometimes go in my pockets. Maintain eye contact, right? You don't want to be talking to your instructor and just kind of be looking at the floor or looking up, right? Avoiding eye contact, right? Just make sure that you're maintaining that eye contact, and be mindful of personal space. Be mindful of personal space. You want to make sure that someone is an arm's length away from you. If you're too close, you might find that they're kind of backing away a little bit. That's not that they're afraid of you, it's just Canadians tend to like a little more personal space. Another thing, when you're introducing yourself, you just want to make sure that you're having a firm handshake, like I said, maintaining eye contact, smile, right? And we're a little informal. I mean, if I was your teacher, I would be fine with you guys calling me Colin, my first name. So just make sure you check with your instructor. Sometimes different instructors have different expectations, but don't be surprised if your instructors just don't mind you calling them by their first name. And after the handshake, make sure there is no other physical contact, right? You shouldn't be hugging anyone. You shouldn't be kissing anyone. I remember you guys said you're from Peru, right? So when you meet someone for the first time, what do you usually do in Peru? Hug, right, right. My wife's Brazilian. She's also Latin American. Everyone hugs. When I met her family, everyone was hugging me, right? In Canada, just a handshake. So just something to keep in mind. And yes, like I said before, pay attention to personal space, right? Don't just go up and hug everybody you meet. Okay, our next scenario, I thought there was going to be more customs. Our next scenario, so you guys, and it's like this, I think, in many places, right? When you see the red hand, that means stop, right? And if you see the countdown, that means you shouldn't be walking across the street, right? But then when you see the green guy, that means to start walking across the street. So imagine you're on foot and you're stopped at the stoplight. The light is green for the cars, but in the same direction, you see the countdown with the hand. Do you try to beat the countdown, or do you just wait until the light turns green the next cycle? You wait? Is that what you're saying? You would wait for the light to turn green? Let's say if you want to make it across the street, you kind of have to jog a little bit. You would try to beat it. Okay, that's probably what I would do too. But believe it or not, most Canadians might just wait until the next cycle. Right, if you're already on the road, but let's say you're at the corner, right? Yeah, at the corner. You would wait. Okay, so believe it or not, I might take my chances and just jog, but you probably shouldn't do that. Yeah. Oh, okay, I got you. Midway. Yeah, if you're at the beginning, you probably shouldn't. And most Canadians would wait, even if let's say it's even red with the hand, right? And there's no cars coming either way. Well, most Canadians would still just wait, right? Whereas where I'm from in Philadelphia, if there's no cars coming either way, the hand's red, I just look both ways and I would just walk across because I'm just like, oh, I'll just walk across. But that's one of the cultural differences that I immediately noticed. My first weekend in Toronto, everyone was just waiting for the light to turn green, and I was just confused. I was like, why are we waiting here? We can just cross. So that's just another thing, and you would wait for the signal because Canadians tend to follow rules a little more than Americans. We sometimes bend the rules a little bit, which isn't always a good thing. But you should also avoid trying to beat the countdown because sometimes drivers will speed up to try to make past the green light before it turns yellow. So just make sure you're being cautious out there. Another scenario, you're at the grocery store and the parking lot is empty and you're putting your groceries into the car. And you're finished with your buggy, or what I would call a shopping cart. What do? Do you just leave the buggy right next to your car? Or you return it? Right, you would return it, right? Because that's the courteous thing to do. You would walk back to the store and return it, and I would do this too, right? This is kind of a no-brainer. So it's not a rule or a law, but it's a courteous thing to do, right? So Canadians usually try to do that courteous thing. So just something to keep in mind as well. Another thing about Canadian customs. So I'm going to come back to you guys from Peru. If I invite you to a party and I say the party starts at 7, what time are you going to show up? 9? 9 or 10 p.m.? Okay, all right. It's similar when I went to I went to visit my wife's family in Brazil, and we went to a family party, and the party started at 8, and everyone was there by 9 or 10 p.m., right? An hour, 2 hours later, right? But then, and Canadians and Americans are similar with this, and then she came to visit my family, and we had a family party. The party started at 6, and my uncles and aunts were already there at 4:40 or 5:45, 15 minutes early. And it's the same thing with Canadians. Canadians tend to be a little more on time, especially. Just make sure you're on time for class. That's like the no-brainer thing. But even with, parties and events, things usually start on time, right? It's not rude. It isn't that rude to show up late to a party. If you're like running a little late, don't worry too much about it. But whereas other cultures, especially I know in Latin America, parties tend to start later than they're actually scheduled to start. So that was something that was a bit of a culture shock for me with that. And also make sure that you're following the rules, right, of your authorities, your instructors, the college. And we'll be talking a little bit about some of those rights and responsibilities that you guys have as students. And another little thing, just make sure that you're cleaning up after yourself, you're not littering. One thing I noticed, the subway back where I'm from, the subway in Philadelphia, it's old, it's kind of a little dirty. Another thing that shocked me when I first came to Toronto was how clean the subway is, how clean things are. So that's just something to keep in mind. Make sure you're picking up after yourself. And as far as communication goes, just make sure you're trying to speak English in class as much as possible, or when you're with people from different parts of the world. We all speak different languages, but English is that language we have in common, right? So just make sure that you're speaking English. If you are with someone like, let's say your friend from the same country in the hallway, feel free to speak your native tongue. I know how that can make you feel a little at home. Avoid interrupting when people are interrupting people or speaking over them when they're speaking, especially in the classroom. This might get on your instructor's nerves. And you can never say please or thank you enough, right? Make sure that you're being polite. Make sure that your nonverbal expressions are non-threatening, right? You don't want to look like you're ready to fight your instructor if you're disagreeing with a grade you got, right? Just make sure that you're calm, handle disagreements with tact and diplomacy. And another thing to keep in mind is to be a skilled listener, right? Coming back to that point about not talking over someone, make sure you listen to what someone is saying before you reply, because sometimes, especially when people are talking over each other, they're not really listening, and we tend to not really hear what they're actually saying. We assume we know what they're saying, so something to keep in mind. And if let's say you have a disagreement with your instructor about something, and they say no, well, it just means no. Persistence is good, but sometimes it just depends on the circumstances. And when your instructor says no, he or she means no. And just pay attention to the tone and pace of your speech. Are you speaking clearly? Are you speaking too quickly? This is a bad habit that I have. Sometimes I speak a little too quickly. And next we're going to talk a little bit about culture shock, and this is something that is important to talk about, something that I even experienced when I first came to Canada on my own. So it's a state of bewilderment or distress experienced by an individual who is suddenly exposed to a new, strange, or foreign social or cultural environment. And there's 3 stages to this culture shock. The first stage is the honeymoon period. So most of you have been here for a few weeks, a month, right? More or less. So in these first couple of months, you're going to have a whole mixture of emotions. You're going to be excited because this is the new start, new chapter in your life. You're also going to be maybe a little stressed, right? You just came here, maybe you're wondering where you're going to live, where you're going to get groceries, right? All of these sorts of things. You're also probably going to feel a little anxious. Maybe you miss home a little bit, right? You miss your friends and your family. And physically, you're probably nervous, fatigued, tired, maybe a little jet-lagged if you're still catching up with Canadian time. The second stage is resistance. And the 2nd to the 6th month, you usually experience this. And this is when you start to feel a little more frustrated about, different things that may be different here, things that are done differently. Why do Canadians, why do they do grades this way? Why is school like this? Why am I expected to do these things? And why is everyone saying sorry all the time? All these sorts of things, they might get under your skin a little bit. And you might feel frustrated, you might start to feel tired, you might exhibit antisocial behavior, you might even feel compelled to move back home, right, or go home for a visit. Or, you might just be a little more irritable during this time. And this is okay, this happens. I went through something like this too. Because it's a different country, things are done differently, and because you're an immigrant, you're also probably worried about your study permit, your visa, all of these sorts of things, and finding a job during your term break, all of these sorts of things, right? And then the 7th to 18th month, you'll start to feel acceptance. You accept the fact that, okay, this is the way Canadians are. This is the way they were raised. I was raised differently, but I accept that they are like this. I accept that things are done differently here. It's just a different culture, a different way of doing things. And you might be ready to have more intercultural friendships. And like I said, you're going to meet people here from all over the world, and like you already looking around the room, right? The Philippines, Peru, Nepal, where else are people? I know some new people. Where are you guys from? India, okay. India? Okay. Yeah, right. So you're going to meet people from all over the world. So lots of different types of food, lots of different languages, right? Lots of different customs. So it's really fun when you dive into it all. Just keep in mind, it's very normal to experience this. Like I said, I experienced this, and I'm just a few miles south of the border. So what you guys are experiencing is probably like 10 times more culture shock than what I experienced. So I'm not even that far away from home. You guys are halfway around the world, so I can't even imagine what you guys might be feeling sometimes. And just be aware when you are in the process, and don't be afraid to seek help. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, right? You can make a phone call home. You can also contact Student Services. Their email is right here, and they can set an appointment with you. You can talk to like one of the wellness associates, all these sorts of people you can talk to about this. Before we continue, does anyone have any questions about Canadian culture? Are you guys enjoying it so far? Awesome. All right. So next we're going to talk about Moodle, and most of you, I would assume, are familiar with Moodle a little bit, right? You set up your account, all of those sorts of things. Good. So the Moodle is the college's learning management system, and this is where you see all of your courses, all of your assignments. You could see, I think, your grades. You'll learn about upcoming events, and you can also learn how to contact key personnel. So we're going to be going over all of this, and the link is right down here. You can also download the app, and I'll be talking a little bit about the app in a little bit. So the login page, you probably have all seen this. Just look like this. My colleague Shauna took this screenshot here. So like any other website, you log into your username and password, and then that brings us to the home page. And the home page, when you start scrolling, it just goes on and on and on, because it's just every single post during your time here just collects here. But I want you guys to turn your attention to certain key icons here. So the top bar up here that has all of the main departments and resources that you guys can access, like student services, co-op and career, activities and events, the tutoring center, administration, academics, and IT services. On the right-hand side here, you can do a search. You can also do click the shortcut to upcoming events as well. And if you scroll a little further down, you'll see the job board. And the job board is where you can find on-campus employment opportunities and sometimes even off-campus employment opportunities. So I would recommend just at least once a week, if not, every couple of days, checking the job board, seeing if there's any new positions open. And you'll notice all of the volunteers helping out today with name tags, they all found this job on the job board. So they're all students who applied for that job on the job board. So just keep that in mind. Another important thing is your Moodle calendar. So this will show things that have to do with your courses, right? When assignments are due. It'll also show you when there's upcoming campus events, and if there's any other groups or things that you're a part of, these will also show up on your calendar as well. So something to pay attention to, right? If you already don't use your own like Google Calendar or Outlook calendar, you can also check the Moodle calendar as well. And I would also encourage you guys to download the app. Like anything else, there's always an app to something. So it makes it even more convenient. You can just check it on your phone on the go. You don't always have to have your laptop with you to check when things are due or when things are going on around campus. And the next thing I want to talk to you guys about is the student rights and responsibilities. And I think I have a little laser pointer here. Yes. So on the administration tab here, if you scroll down, you'll see student rights and responsibilities. I would really highly recommend that you go to this area, this document, and read it so that you're aware of your rights and responsibilities, so that you can advocate yourself should there be some kind of a misunderstanding. Let's say you received a grade that you don't agree with, right? So you can appeal to change that grade, right? And there is a process for you to do this. And all the instructions, all of the forms, you can find on this page. So just something to be aware of, right? Before you go to reception complaining about, or student services complaining about a grade, check to see if you can take care of it with your rights and responsibilities, right? We really encourage students, you guys, to advocate for yourselves in these sorts of situations. Another thing with regard to Moodle and academics, you have access to all of your courses and course material, your course outlines, evaluation timetables, and any other course resources. Like I said, all of your assignments will be submitted on Moodle as well. And here's an example of an evaluation timetable. And if you have any questions about a particular course's evaluation timetable, just ask your instructor. But they typically look like this. It'll tell you when an assignment is due, what it covers, and then how much it affects your grade, right? So you can see 20% of your grade. Sometimes exams might be like 30 or 40% of your grade, but it depends on the course, right? So you always want to make sure you check this, where we try to be as transparent as possible how you are being graded, right? Just so that nothing's being hidden from you. You can always check these sorts of things and look up and figure out how things are being graded. Any questions about Moodle? No? All right. And I think, is 5 more minutes? I do have 5 more minutes. There aren't any questions? No? Yeah? Yes, in the Moodle app, you just log in with your regular credentials, yep. The QR code. Oh, so I think what you need to do, let me go back a few slides. I think if you type in this link, right, moodle.sestarcollege.com/Moodle, because Moodle is, it's this free to use learning management system. So any school can use this. So, but ours is unique to us. You're good? All right, it works. Great. Any other questions? No? What was your favorite session so far today? What was this? Me? Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Anyone else? No? So, yep. So, oh, okay. So next up we have Zoe. Zoe will be talking to you about the immigration, and she's a trained and certified immigration consultant, so she'll be talking to you guys about those things. But thank you for your time, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
So, hello, good afternoon. Nice to meeting you all. My name is Zoe. I'm a regulated Canadian immigration advisor. So in the next few minutes, we are going to talk about some immigration-related issues. Studying in a new country is an exciting and enriching experience, but knowing the immigration landscape is the crucial step for you to make the most of your time here in Canada. This session is on immigration in Canada, tailored especially for our new international student. As an international student, the first thing you may want to know about is immigration compliance. By immigration compliance, it means you must comply with the immigration regulations and the policies of Canadian immigration system. For example, as an international student, you are required to study, actively pursue your study in Canada. You cannot use your study permit to, for example, work for certain kinds of employer here. And as an international student, you have several responsibilities to take in mind so that your status in here as a legal student is not jeopardized. But it can be difficult to understand a new country's immigration regulations. You can find the most reliable and accurate and up-to-date information on RCC website, and RCC stands for Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. You will find all policies, regulations, guidance, free application packages, and application forms on this website. And if you would like to make an application in the future, whether it's a permit application, whether it's a permanent residence application, most of your application will be made by this website. So it is always a good idea to check this website from time to time, be familiar with the information on it. Immigration, you may hear other kind of information from your friend, from relative, from your boss, from a former student. But what works for them may not work for you. So it's always a good idea to double check the information on the official website. And if you're having trouble interpret or understand the policy, you can always find us. The college offers free advice and guidance for all international students. You can send us an email at the email address posted on the slide. It's immigrationaccess.college.com. And if you want to meet us in person, you can visit us during office hour. Or if you want to meet us online, you can find the link and the schedule on the Moodle page. We have a schedule posted on that page. If you want to meet us virtually, just join the room by the immigration hours. As an international student, there are several important documents for you. The first is your status document, your passport. Your travel document, your passport, and your status document, which is your student study permit, and your entry document, which is a TRV or ETA, depending on the country of your origin. The passport may be the most important one because if your passport expires, most of your immigration documents will expire at the same time. So if your passport going to expire in 2 years or 3 years, you may want to mark that time and renew your passport as soon as possible. The renewal process can take up to 2 or 3 months. So plan ahead of time and apply to extend it as soon as possible. And after you renew your passport, you can apply for an extension of your study permit, your work permit, your other status document, including your social insurance number. And check the information on your immigration documents. For example, your name, your gender, your country of origin. Check everything on your study permit, your work permit, your temporary resident visa, because everything on those documents should be exactly the same as on your passport. For example, you change your name after marriage, you need to renew your passport and then change all your immigration documents. You need to apply for new documents after personal information changes. And if your documents have any kind of mistake, for example, they put a typo in the name, they misspelled your country of origin, you can ask IRCC to get it amended. By how to do that? You can ask for an amendment. The amendment is a paper version application. So that means you will need to mail your application to the IRCC office in Ottawa, and they will send you the correct document. And the amendment can take up to 8 weeks. So if there's a mistake, you may want to apply as soon as possible. And it is also a good habit to keep a copy of all your important documents, take a photo of it, scan your documents, or just copy it. Because if it's stolen, if it's destroyed, you will need to ask for a replacement. And the replacement can also take several weeks. So just keep a copy in case anything happens. Then on the important document, 1, study permit. Your study permit defines your status as an international student in Canada. Everyone who wants to study in Canada at a program longer than 8 months need a study permit to do so. If your study permit expires, you cannot study, you cannot work, maybe you cannot stay in this country, you have to leave the country. So check your study permit. There will be some conditions on it. For example, the working condition. You can see on the slides, here's an example of the working condition. It says may accept employment or may work up to 20 hours per week. If you do not have that work condition, you may have it added, because if you do not have it, you may not be able to work as an international student. So if you want to work on or off campus during your study here, you must have that condition on your study permit. And also your study permit defines your stay in Canada, and so you must actively pursue studying. IRCC requires every international student here in Canada registered with a DRI and make reasonable progress to the completion of their study. So if you are thinking, I don't like this course, I want to drop a course, I want to stop studying for 1 semester, you need to think twice, because there will be immigration consequences. Even if you have a valid study permit, if you stop studying, for example, longer than 150 days in Canada, you will lose your status. Your study permit will automatically become invalid, and you will have to stop working, you will have to stop studying, you will have to leave the country or change your status into visitor. So that will be a lot of trouble for you. Think twice before make those kind of decision. But for international student, maybe something happens. Maybe you have to stop studying because of medical reason, because of family emergency. You have to leave Canada. You can still do that, but before you make that kind of decision, please talk with the school, talk with the director, talk with the immigration consultant to make sure that it will not cause a devastating consequences on your status. About we will have the time for question. Yeah, thank you for that. And the expiry date of study permit. The study permit will become expired in one of the two ways. One is the date printed on that permit, and one is 90 days after you complete your program. And the day you complete your program, it's not the last day of your class. It is several weeks after you complete your last day of the class, and when you receive that final notice from the college that you meet all the requirements and you can graduate. So that means if your last day of class is expected to be in April 30th, maybe 2026, if your study permit is valid until April 2026, you may want to extend it because you want enough time after completing the class to apply to change your status into an international worker after that. If you have a very short validity time on your study permit, if you need to extend your study permit, you will need to check your passport first. Make sure that your passport's expiry date is long enough because all your immigration documents will not be valid longer than the expiry date of your passport. Then TRV or ETA. So if you're from a visa requested country, you need a temporary resident visa to come to Canada. If you are from a visa exempt country, you need a ETA to come to the country. So those kind of documents, the difference between TRV and the study permit, one big difference is if your visa or ETA expires while you are in Canada and you do not want to leave the country, it is okay. You do not need to extend it. You can still stay in the country, but do not leave because you don't have a valid document to come back. If you want to travel internationally, before you leave the country, check the validity time of your TRV. Make sure at the time of returning it is still valid because the border officer will take a look at your visa. If it's already expired, you won't be able to come back. You will have to stay outside of Canada and apply for a new TRV, and it can take several months. Another thing about TRV is you can use it until the expiry date printed on that document. So it will not automatically become invalid, and you can use it no matter what kind of type it is printed on that document. So check your TRV. If it says S1, if it says SW1, if it says W1, it's all okay. You can use it as long as it's valid. Let's talk about working in Canada. A lot of our students want to have some work experience during their study here. And work experience can, of course, help you prepare for the job market in Canada and help you get familiar with the local community and help you earn some extra money. It is good, but it's important to know that you need to verify your authorization to work before you accept any kind of employment. So in other words, can you legally work in Canada? Good news is, as an international student, you can legally work on or off campus during your study here. You do not need another document to prove that. Your eligibility to work is proved by your study permit. So let's go back to the study permit. You need that work condition on your study permit to work on or off campus as a student. You also need to meet certain requirements. For example, you must be a full-time student. If you are a part-time student, you may not be able to work as an international student. So it is always important to keep your status as a full-time student. And for co-op work permit, if you have the co-op placement in your program, you will need a co-op work permit to do so. And for those who are here today, I think most of you should have received a co-op work permit at the airport, but some of you didn't receive that. It is okay. You can apply online, and it's free of charge. You just need to prove to IRCC that co-op is a part of your program. And it is suggested if you don't have the document, apply as soon as possible because the processing can be super lengthy. It can be 5 months or 6 months. So apply as soon as possible so that when the co-op term begins, you have the correct document to start that term. and work after graduation. If you graduate from this college, you are no longer an international student. You cannot work on your study permit. Then you will need to change your status into an international worker by applying for a post-graduation work permit. International student can work on or off campus, but how many hours can you work? If your study permit, your current study permit application was submitted after October 7th, 2022, you can work up to 20 hours per week off campus. Off campus meaning that you work for an employer outside of the campus. But you can work on campus full-time. That means if your employer is the college, you can work full-time. And during our breaks, you can work full-time. For example, our holidays, this semester break, the reading week, you can work full-time. And by full-time, it can be 40 hours, it can be 44 hours, it can be 48 hours. There's no set of number. As long as it's legal, you can work as many hours as you want. And during authorized breaks, you cannot work. Then what is authorized breaks? It means if something happens, for example, if it's a family emergency, you want to take an additional break, and you ask the college if that's okay, and the college says, okay, you can take an additional break, and it's an authorized break. You can stop studying at that break, but you cannot work during the authorized breaks. Here's an example of the co-op work permit. You can see here the employer on the co-op work permit can be Lambton College. Sometimes it can be others, sometimes it can be open, or sometimes it can be left blank. It is all okay. So you can work for any employer that is approved by Lambton's co-op program. And the location on the co-op work permit doesn't matter. It can be Toronto, it can be Sarnia, it can be anywhere. But if you see a location or the employer appears in the remark or condition, so the two columns below, you will need to follow the rules of that. If you need to remove those conditions, you can ask RCC to do so by making an amendment. You also need to check the expiry date of your co-op work permit. Normally, your co-op work permit will be at the same length as your study permit. If you need to extend your study permit, normally you will need to extend your co-op work permit. Your co-op work permit should also cover your whole co-op term. After graduation, let's talk a little bit about after graduation thing. I know it's like 2 years later, but you need to know something about it. To be eligible for that post-graduation work permit, you need to keep full-time student status except the last semester. So if you have 4 semesters in your study, you must be a full-time student in term 1, 2, or 3. You can be a part-time student in term 4 and term 4 only. For example, if you failed a course in term 1, and it is a prerequisite for a course in term 2. So in term 2, you are not able to take a full-time course load. You became a part-time student. Because of that, you may lose your eligibility to apply for PGWP. So to be eligible, study hard, actively pursue your study, maintain a good GPA so that you can successfully graduate from this college, so that you can gain that valuable Canadian work experience. So why is PGWP so important? The reason is if you are looking into the opportunity for Canadian permanent residency, you may need a Canadian work experience. But the student work experience, meaning that any experience can, when you are a student, your co-op employment, your work on or off-campus work experience cannot count towards express entry Canadian experience class. You can only start gaining those kind of eligible work experience after graduation with a post-graduation work permit. So can you invite your family members to join you in Canada? The answer is yes. If you are a full-time student at Lambton College, you can invite your spouse or common law partner to work in Canada. They can apply for visitor visa, but if they want to apply for a spousal open work permit, that also works. But you will need to prove that you are registered with Lambton College as a full-time student. If you become a part-time student, your spouse or common law partner cannot apply for a spousal open work permit. And depending on the country of origin, if you want to invite your family member, for example, your parents, your siblings, your children to visit Canada, you can help them apply for a temporary resident visa by giving them your status documents, such as your study permit, your enrollment letter, and you can write them a letter of invitation to help them. Their application will be assessed on their merits, meaning that even if you help them with their application, they still need to provide their financial documents, their background information documents. They will still need to show the IRCC they have a strong tie with the home country, the normal thing. But their purpose of visit will be family visit, and you can help them with that. Okay, just to sum up, always comply with the immigration regulations. Always check the up-to-date information. If you're having trouble understanding the policy, find an expert to do it for you. You can find a regulated immigration consultant, you can find a regulated student immigration advisor, or you can find even a lawyer to help you with that. And plan ahead, and always apply to extend your status before it expires. If you miss a deadline, it will cost you extra time, extra money, it will be a lot of trouble, you will have the interruptions during your study, and it may affect your eligibility after graduation for a work permit. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do you have any question? Yeah. Okay, great question. Okay, for you guys who didn't hear that, she asked if as an international student, can you go back home to visit a family member during your study? The answer is, if your travel does not interrupt your study. For example, if you plan to travel during the holiday, you can do that, and you do not need additional document from the college. You can travel as you wish, but you need to make sure at the time of returning, you have a valid permit, you have a valid visa, and your passport is still valid. And at the border officer may ask for some additional documents, so it is always a good idea to bring a copy of your enrollment letter, maybe a copy of your transcript. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you again for joining me. So if you have any questions, send us an email at immigrationaccess.college.com, and again, welcome.
Okay, so your next session will be Kahoot at the atrium. Is a session where you can win lots of lots of prizes and an interesting game. Colin will be conducting the session around 3:45. So what you can do is you can go around the campus, check what are there, and also you can visit the study room and check what are the volunteer activities available for your program to join. Yeah, so let's meet you around 3:45. Thank you.
All right, so in about 5 minutes, we're going to do the raffle draw. And then 5 minutes after that, at 3:50, we'll have our Kahoot game. So make sure you stick around in the atrium. We'll be playing some games. do the raffle draw. Oh, yeah, we can keep the sound on. I'll just pause the video, yeah. Okay, let me just see how many people we have. I have 273.
Oh, you're gonna show the actual.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
80.
So they know.
81. All right, that's it. I'm done. Okay, so I have our raffle draw right now. And I have 280 participants in the raffle. So we'll do our raffle draw, and if someone isn't here to pick the prize, then I'll just spin the wheel again until we get someone who's actually in the room. And then after this, we're going to play Kahoot. So stick around. And here we go. Oh, I need to get. And 96. Let me see who is number 96. Aaron Garcia Fuentes is our winner. Aaron, please come and get your prize. Aaron Garcia Fuentes, C0909934. No? All right, well, I'm going to spin the wheel again. Maybe Aaron left. $75. Andre Philippe Romero. Andre Philippe from Romero. Anyone? No? All right. People left. I'm just going to keep spinning till someone gets it. $63. Simran Srichand Bathija. Awesome. Congratulations. Oh. Here is your prize. And we're going to take a quick picture. Yep. Oh, yeah, show the bag. Yep. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you for everyone for entering today's raffle, but stick around because we are about to play Kahoot. So, on the screen you should see a QR code. You can feel free to scan that code to join Kahoot. We will be starting this in 3 minutes, so make sure you scan. You can also go to kahoot.it and enter the game code. I'm just going to turn this sound on here. And for this game, the top 3 contestants will win a prize. So if you win, if you are on the podium, one of the top 3 winners, keep your phone open to that tab to prove that you won. And I'll give everyone a few minutes to join. All right, 1 more minute, and we'll be underway. Or whenever my phone says 350, whichever comes first. Okay, and just another announcement. Volunteers, you are not allowed to play. You cannot win a prize. The prizes are for the students. Okay, we'll get started. So you're good with, yeah, awesome. So very simple. There will be a question, and you just match the choice on your phone with the correct answer on the screen. And here's our first question. Which of the following is a Lambton College in Toronto initiative for students? Choose all that apply. Now here's your 4 choices. Choose all that apply. Okay, so all of these were correct except the free iPhones. We do not give out free iPhones at Lambton College. Let's see. Anna in first, RDC in second, and Yas in third. Let's go to the next question. True or false? All Term 1 classes are online for the first 2 weeks of the fall 2023 term. Lots of answers coming in. And most of you got that one right. True. So for the first 2 weeks of this term, from I believe September 5th to September 18th, your classes are online. Yep. And little change in the leaderboard. RDC in first, I already lost, is clearly winning. And Yas in third place. All right. And just remember that your Term 1 classes are online for the first 2 weeks, and these will switch to in-person class. So just pay attention if you have a class that is permanently online or just temporarily online. And next question. When contacting the college by email, I should always include my. What information should you include on your email? The first answer, name, student number, and program. We do not need any other information. We don't need your passport number or anything else like that. Yep. What was that? No, the answer is up there. Yeah, it's on the screen. RDC in first, Anna in second, and I already lost, still hanging on in third. Might win. Next question. How many emails should you send to different departments and faculty members? And the correct answer, just one email at a time to each department or faculty member. So don't bombard people with emails. And Anna overtaking RDC, and I already lost, still in third place. Next question. How long should you await a response to your email? So you sent that one email, how long do you wait? Up to 5 business days. So after 5 business days, if they haven't replied, you can also send a follow-up email. And RDC overtaking Anna. We got some competition going on here. And just to keep in mind that when you're emailing different departments like student services and IT services, you have up to 3 tickets, right? So when you send that email, that opens a ticket, and that stays open until that department closes that ticket. So just keep that in mind. Don't send 5 emails all at once. Next question. How much do on-campus tutoring center services cost? Absolutely nothing. Almost everyone got that one right. Absolutely nothing. It's free. So the tutoring center up the stairs to your right. If you're having any trouble with your classes, feel free to go there. And no change. RDC still hanging on in the lead. Next question. Student work is reported for academic dishonesty if who paid attention during Mark's session? Academic integrity. any of these things. So if you do any of these things, it will be reported for academic integrity. So just make sure you're not doing any of these things. Next, RDC. I already lost in second, and Pandebono in third. Next question. If you want to use ChatGPT or other AI for your assignments, you need to what do you need to do to use AI for your class? Ask your instructor for permission. So when in doubt, ask your instructor. Some instructors may allow you to use AI depending on the circumstances. And a little change in the leaderboard. I already lost, still hanging on in third place, and Pandebono coming in third. Next question. I hope not. Next question. If you have a question regarding immigration, whom should you contact? The college's licensed immigration advisor. So if any of you were here for Zoe's presentation, Zoe is the person to contact. And Anna coming back up in second place. I don't want a prize in third place, and RDC still in first. And like I said, if you want to contact someone about immigration, you contact immigration@sestarcollege.com to contact Zoe. Next question. If you experience mental health issues, culture shock, or sexual violence, which college support can you turn to? An important question. All of the above. Ooh, looks like a lot of people got this one wrong. All of the above. So any of these resources you can consult. Yep. And I don't want a prize in second. I already lost coming back in third, and RDC still in the lead. And we are here to help. The college has resources that promote mental health and wellness and can help you at any of these situations. So just a reminder, if you are a volunteer, you cannot be playing this game. What sorts of things can you get at Tim Hortons? Choose all that apply. Any of these things, you can get any of these things at Tim Hortons. Yep. And see me coming up in third place, but RDC and I Don't Want a Prize still maintaining the lead. Where on campus is Tim Hortons? If you were in my session, you would have heard me tell you where Tim Hortons is. The first floor of Building A. This is Building B. Building A is next door. Something you'll need to know for your schedule. RDC in first, Anna in second, and I Don't Want a Prize in third. And Tim Hortons is on campus, so next door in 265 Yorkland Boulevard, you will find Tim Hortons, open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and you can also visit the canteen on the second floor of that building or the gift shop, which is right around the corner here. Yep. Next question. What is the minimum GPA you need to be eligible for co-op? 2.8 GPA. Most of you got that one right. Yep. And a little change, RDC in first, Anna in second, and Jai in third. Next question. Where can you find material for your courses as well as important information on college policies and services? And Moodle, yes, most of you got this one right. Moodle are the college's learning management system. So make sure you follow us on Instagram. You might even see a picture of yourself on Instagram at Lambton College in Toronto. And thank you for participating. Have a great term, and let's see who our winners are. Remember, if you won, keep your phone open to that tab. In third place, Maz. In second, Anna. And in first place, RDC. So everyone come up. If you won, come up, receive your prize. So RDC, Anna, and Maz. Okay, so we got prizes here. Yep. Which? Anna? Second place. Awesome. Congratulations. Second place. Yep. Congratulations. We're gonna. Third place? Awesome. Congratulations. And first? Awesome. Congratulations. So yeah, just make sure you stand underneath your name. Yep. Okay, let's hear it for our winners. And next up, we have some sessions. So FPWT, you will meet your co-op advisor in room 126 over here. MHT, you will meet your co-op advisor 127. MMDT, you will meet your program coordinator in 128. FSIT, you will meet your program coordinator in 130. QT, you will meet your program coordinator in 223 upstairs. CPMT, you will meet your coordinator in room 225. Thank you all for coming and have a wonderful day.